Chat, hold on. I just saw the funniest fucking video. I'm losing my shit. Hold on. I'm also eating dinner. I'm so sorry. I know y'all hate it when I do this shit, but dinner just finished, so. Hold on. Let's get that first ad out of the way and then I'll show it to you. Fuck, I'm losing my shit. Holy shit. Hi Gora, hi White Brow, hi Pizza Ziza. Pizza, thank you so much for the first, by the way. Mwah. Okay, hi gang. Hi. Holy shit. Hi, how are you? I'm taking a drink of my bev. Man. Oh. Man. Hi. Oh, I was like, why are you sounding so confused? What do you mean hi? Like, question mark? Question mark? Okay, hold on. I just saw the funniest fucking video. I'm like losing my shit. Hold on. Chat, I need y'all to see this shit. Holy fuck. Okay. Okay, hold on. Y'all, I'm losing my shit at this. Hold on. Fucking. They're trying to get Toad to dance. I'm having cash, I can take your Why did that baby run at them like that? Why did he run at them like that? Why did they scream? He scared the shit out of them. Holy fuck. He scared the absolute shit out of them. Holy fuck, that's so funny. And then he starts dancing afterwards like he didn't just fucking traumatize a group of kids. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny, dude. I'm sorry, I can't not laugh. Why did he run at them like that? Oh my god. Who in that costume thought that that was gonna be a good idea? Oh, fuck. I'm in tears, y'all. I'm in tears. I spent the whole opening section laughing my fucking ass off. Oh, shit. Oh, how are y'all, chat? Hi, how are you? I'm so sorry there was no stream yesterday or the day before. We had a double date that we had already planned to go on. But then yesterday my mom was like, hey, I want to see Bunny. Can I see Bunny? And I was like, absolutely. And she was like, if I'm going to watch Bunny, you guys should go out and do something nice. So we went out to go watch Deadpool and Wolverine. And it was just a very much last minute thing. I would have warned y'all prior, but like it was just a very last minute thing. So... oh, but it was nice. It was a fun movie. It was a fun movie. I had a good time. I had a good time. It was a fun movie. Good movie. I can't say it's bad, for real. For real, for real. It was a pretty damn good movie. Yeah, it was a good time, honestly. I'm also eating dinner because dinner literally just finished like 20 minutes ago, and I'm a slow eater, so I promise I chew with my mouth shut. My model just doesn't make it look like I do. No, it's not like it matters if I do chew with my mouth shut. I'm the only one back here. You know what I mean? Oh well. I think the kitten is about to get herself stung by a wasp. Is there a wasp inside? I also learned that that dance that was at the beginning of the movie Gore, they did hire somebody to do that dance. That was not Ryan Reynolds. I came across his TikTok earlier. Whew. One got inside while I was letting the dogs out. Oh no. Well, keep an eye on Bunny, please, because I don't know if she has an allergy. I sprayed it down, but Nova's hunting it in its final moments. Yeah, that sounds like that little freak. That sounds like that little freak, absolutely. She is like the freakiest of freaks, I think.
I own Chia.
Hey, fucking it up! Hi, Jax. Thank you so much for the resub. 4 months, hell yeah. I love that for you, bud. Man, y'all are gonna love the new badge emotes. Hi, Mike Edu. Y'all are gonna love the new sub badges whenever I'm able to actually, like, show them to you. Can you bump the music? Well, I'm getting the game set up, but if y'all really want the music, I don't even know why I'm here. I'm just gonna take another bite. It's going good, Jax. It's going really good. I've had a weird day. Nothing like insane or anything. It's just been a really weird and stressful day today, but it's better now. I'm here, so it's better now. It's always better when I'm here with my babies. You guys are my babies, by the way. I'm gonna just carry y'all around by the nape of your ball sacks, if that's okay. You know, like how dogs and cats like carry their babies by the nape of the neck. They like grab the scruff. I'm gonna start doing that to y'all, but like from like that little area right behind your ball sacks where there's just like that extra skin. I'm just gonna like put that in my mouth and carry y'all around like a mama dog. Better than a boring day? I mean, I think honestly today I would have preferred a boring day, but it's all right. What's up? What's wrong? What do you mean? Why is everybody acting weird? Nothing I said was even remotely that weird. What about the viewers who have no balls? Labia flaps. I'll just like pick a side and just carry y'all from that side. Like the taint? No, it's like between the taint and the back of the balls. If you pull down on the skin on the back of the balls, there's like should be like a little bit of extra skin there for like moving around, you know? For the balls to gyrate in there. If you like pull that down, I'll carry you by that. I don't know, do y'all want me to bite the backs of your necks and carry you around that way? That's gender neutral. For my gender neutral babes. For my non-binaries, I'll carry you from the back of your neck like a normal dog. Well, you know, you can't make everybody happy, I guess. And for the neck, come on, man. I feel like none of y'all are willing to like try something new. Switch it up a bit. You know what I mean? Like I feel like all of y'all are a little scared to try something new. Yeah, but chat's a bunch of freaks. Of course they want neck fighting. Gore makes a good point. Can't try something new if I got no balls? Baby, everybody's got balls. Yours are just on the inside. And I'll find them. I promise you I will. Sorry, I'm trying to finish dinner before I get started, so I'm like over here. By the way, chat, dinner today is leftover roast and leftover broccoli that is Asian infused, Asian inspired. Shit. It's Asian infused, Asian inspired. Hold on, gang. These dumb bitches want me to log in again. Anyways. And rice. It's delicious. I'm not sure if I should be scared or aroused. Scare aroused? Exactly. Scare aroused for real, for real. Alright, we're in the game. Everyone wants a monster girl until she starts acting like a monster. Exactly. I have not played this game since the last time we played. So not only do I not really remember what we're doing. Oh my god. I don't really know what's happening. Oh yeah, this is that new character that kind of looks like me, but like white. Good for her. Ooh, hold on, let me do her demo real quick. Yeah, she's the new character. Apparently she has ass. Jesus! Huh? Hold on, I don't really remember how to play. Oh, damn. Activating, gain 3 enhanced shot styles. I'm trying to remember how to play. They gave the cop a fat ass. I'm seeing that. Press and hold her basic attack. Unleash up to 3 shot shells. Got it.
Yep. Drop the weapon.
When she's in assault mode, drag the joystick. I don't have a joystick. Alright. Oh, I see what they mean. Got it. And then a motherfucking sandwich with horseradish, cheddar, ham, and Dijon mustard. Oh, that sounds banging.
Don't even try it. You're surrounded.
Don't even try it. I'm a narc.
Orders received.
I gotta remember how to play. I literally have not played since the last time I streamed.
Sustain fire.
Whoop! Alright. Sounds like a Reuben. It kinda does. Oh wow, I actually remembered how to block.
An opening. Copy that. Electric charge. Neutralize.
Oh! It does kind of sound like a Reuben.
Evasive maneuver. Target confirmed. Go. Hands up. Locking in.
Nice. What happened to ACAB? I mean, you can say ACAB and still have a fat ass. I don't know. Like, ACAB, but also her ass fat. Look it. Peace up. ACAB down. I don't know. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. All cops have butts. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. All cops are baddies. I mean, not all of them, but this one might be. I do love a woman in uniform. Do you? Since when? Shit. Gang, I think I missed my opportunity to get the one I wanted. I mean, I didn't miss my opportunity, but it's definitely gonna be a little harder because she's not front and center no more. Alright, delete all red. Sure, that'll do, I guess. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, since when did you love a woman in uniform? When was this? When was this decided? Oh, we got notices. Oh my god, I have not touched this game in like a little bit over a week, I think. And already, there's just, god damn it. Depends on the uniform. Like maids, wedding dresses. What's the vibe? I got Shark Girl in the last few hours of her banner. Good for you. I have not had any such luck with anything. I don't have any of the characters I want. It's urgent. I recommend taking out some life insurance before we go. Bitch, what? Life insurance? Alright. Agent available for trial. Oh. Alright, so they want me to trial use. Alright, that's fine. I'll trial use her. I don't play Genshin, White Brow. I have no idea what that means. I did not enjoy Genshin, so... Alright.
Hello?
Hi, Moisen, how are you?
Kamada.
I'm gonna eat my rice while they're chatting.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
I've never seen a proxy was able to communicate in a hollow.
Y'all,
Wonder Nicole says you're the best in New Eridan.
I have seen so many... I've seen so much porn of that Shark Girl. That bitch is 17. Get that teenager's pussy off my dash. Whoever it is that's liking 17-year-old Shark Girl pussy on Twitter that I'm following, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you. Elon made it more difficult, but I will find you. How's stream going? I mean, it just started, but pretty good. I'm glad to hear you're doing good, though. I'm gonna take a sip of my drink. I got rice in my teeth.
Thank you for your recognition. It's time to implement our plan and intercept the train. Before that, though,
Hi,
let's
Jiro.
review the essentials.
No problem. I've got it down pat.
I mainly got get Nicole and Grace. That's so fair. How am I? I'm doing all right. Hopefully stream will make my day a little better. Is the hope. I need to take my meds. Hold on, I'm gonna take my meds real quick. Restore 60 of your power out of your 240 cap. Ah, I see. Okay.
While the train's slowing down to go through the tunnel, I'll find a way to throw your big boo on top of the train.
Chat, if any of y'all have meds that you haven't taken, take your meds.
The plan is to let the car break down, right?
You ate Nekomaya's older sister or
That's right.
something?
Bella,
Oh, you are?
your task
No.
is to enter the train through the vent
I've never met this
and
child
if
in my
the drive
life.
is complete, shut the train down.
But yeah, God, she does kind of look like me now that you bring it
Fairy,
up.
I will assist you
I just don't have the
process.
dumb little barcode on my forehead.
As for the dead end butcher,
Yeah, I'll level her up
leave
for her.
you
I
to
haven't
figure out its
forgotten.
exact location. So please be careful.
They want me to trial this character, so I'm gonna trial this character.
Good luck, guys.
I'm gonna trial this child. She's not even the child that I enjoy, but that's a crazy ass sentence. I regret even saying it.
Great! Let's hurry up and switch the tracks, man!
Yeah, phrasing. That's a crazy ass sentence that should never have been said. Hello?
Ether activity is changing. Be careful.
Yeah, I don't care for her much, but the game wants me to trial her.
The train a little.
Yeah, I actually hate her voice. So I'm like really sensitive to voices. Like if a voice is a weird angle
Why do I feel like
or like a weird
it's
pitch, I
coming from
hate.
nearby?
I'm really like sensitive to voices.
Warning. High risk unit detected.
Damn.
Stay away.
It's that monster that Robot Billy mentioned!
That's wild. Yeah, it's just there's specific like pitches and tunes that I don't like. Yeah, there's just specific pitches that I just don't care for much. And for whatever reason, her voice is one of those. Yeah, a lot of really high pitch I don't care for much. I think is something I've noticed about myself.
We are near the control room. I can override the controls for the track so you can alter its direction.
Thank you. I do unfortunately complain about half the YouTubers Gore watches because I just can't. I'm like
Train will pass through this area, coming
I'm
from
like
the
really
bunker.
picky about VTubers that I watch too because of that.
There is a decelerator device in this area. Use it to slow down the train for a chance to board.
All right. Do I have to like bum rush
Changing
this?
tracks now.
Because I'm not going to. I'm going to take my time and I'm going to collect all the things that I want. Fuck yeah, baby.
That sound. Is the dead end butcher back?
Yeah, hello guys. Today we're going and I'm like, ugh, stop. Shit, that's fast.
Do it quick, man! Or it'll be too late!
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out, like, what it is I'm supposed to do here. Okay, I see.
Master, there is a large obstacle up ahead. The original plan to stop the train requires us to pass through this. You are small, and the client is essentially a cat.
Yeah, I like more
Perhaps you can
toned
speak.
down voices, calmer. Oh, shit. I don't know, it's just voices are super weird and they like stress me
What's
sometimes.
this train car doing here?
I don't know why I'm so weird about it, but
Amada, there's no problem with your route. Judging from how the train was, your next stop is on the other side of the train car. Do you
If it were just
alright,
me,
let's see.
I could probably get across, but not with the big. Who's speaking?
Gorgeous lady voice.
Train. We're in a rush here.
Hyper gremlin voice? Like who? I need an example for that.
It's nice to liven the mood in the midst of a tense task.
Excuse me.
Do you think spraying her with water makes her freak out? Probably. Yeah, can we help you with something?
What's up? Can we help you with something?
Hang on a sec. Whether we're with the association or not, shouldn't we find?
Huh? Is that right?
All right,
My
Orin.
name, I'm Gemini. RH negative blood. You don't have to cover all. There was a very
Let's
dangerous
see.
affair. I don't have any carrot data with me. Could you? So she's just an ordinary. But what the heck's a lost maid doing somewhere so dangerous? What do you think?
Not unless we can somehow
right, let's
break
see.
through the train car to the other side. Other
Excuse me.
All right, let's see.
Almost.
I like Iron Mouse, but her voice is usually too high pitched. I don't really mind hers as much, but that's because it doesn't sound like super forced. I think it's like the super forced high pitched voice is like rough for me.
Watch out.
Damn. This kid almost got fucking beheaded.
Are you hurt?
I think for me, one of the things I don't really care for is that like hyper nerdy voice.
Nice to meet you, investigators. I saw through it.
Good job, kiddo. That like hyper nerdy voice gets me more than anything else.
It was this bamboo talking to me just now. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to question your identity as
Yeah, we almost got fucking Lego'd.
Are you really just a maid? Sorry. Well, right. I can help.
All right, let's see.
As long as you take me out of this hollow. Please.
All right, let's do it.
What do you think? Now that she's helped us destroy the train car.
Like Deku voice, yeah, his English voice is something I kind of struggle with a little bit. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Well, I don't think she's asking too much.
Yeah, I agree with Belle. There's nothing wrong with taking her to one of the hollow's exits. But she's a
Sorry,
stranger.
I'm chewing meat.
She may be hiding things.
Miss
It's really
Corey,
yummy though.
We'll let you come. Just be sure to stay quiet along the way.
Yes, gotcha.
Okay. Good. Let's press on then.
Bet. So we're sampling.
Lauren, we need your help for this fight. To go. I thought we agreed not to talk too much. He didn't really have to be completely silent.
Jesus!
I'm so sorry.
Warren, what the fuck? Warren! I do like deep voices, yeah. Maybe it's just because I have a deep voice, but I do like deep voices. It's just what I'm used to, I
Could
think.
you help us move something heavy? The goal is to use it to weigh down the switch.
Huh? You mean those stones up ahead? Okay.
Valve status analyzed. The lock is not smart.
That's fine.
Sufficient gear coins paid. Authentication successful. Open the
Yay! Yeah, I don't know. I do like myself some deep voices.
How on earth did you lift that by yourself?
All right, let's deal with this real quick. Just to unlock all these. They're an anime character who has the sexiest voice in your likings. Nanami's voice is okay, honestly. I'm strangely enough, despite being like weirdly picky about voices, I'm not like voices aren't like a thing for me. Like I don't like pick my favorites. It's just like I'll like hear a voice and I'm like, man, do not like that. You know what I mean? But that's kind of just the extent of it.
Companions as strong as you? Huh? They're much stronger than me.
I don't watch anime in English. I only watch it in Japanese. So I have to assume that anytime y'all are talking to me about a voice, y'all are talking about the Japanese. You like Yami's voice from Black Butler? I do like Yami's voice from Black Butler, that's true. Why did this cat shake her ass at me? This is a child. Oh, Black Clover. Yeah. I do like his voice from Black Clover. Yeah, where is this child's mother? Alright, nice.
Huh. The train seems to be going the wrong way today.
Today. Shit. Okay, there we go. I brought it up one too many. There we go. Got it. Sorry, I struggle sometimes with puzzles. Like the simplest puzzle ever, and I'm like, huh?
Great. Let's drop Corin off on the way out.
Alright, let's get the fuck on out of here.
Warning. Hollow exit detected within 100 meters. The commission for the housekeeping company employee, Corin, could be completed.
Sounds good.
Huh? Phaethon, did you say something?
No, it's my AI, don't worry about it.
Corin, we're almost at the exit. You'll be able to get out there.
And don't worry about it.
Really? You found an exit?
Oh god, I'm so sorry that the ads were so loud.
Thank you. You did pretty good yourself. Thanks to
It's my first time meeting a real-life
Oof.
Big Blue Hollow
Sorry, I just
investigator.
finished my dinner. It's delicious.
Please tell me your names. Stopping by to say thanks sounds great. I'll be looking forward to it.
I also love puzzles, but I'm so dumb.
Wouldn't that expose your identity? Oh, I get it. After
My apologies for speaking out of turn.
No, you're fine, Corin. Who the fuck put me in here with two little kids? Bye, Corin.
Now, all we have to do is wait for the train to arrive.
The train's slowing down.
Hell yeah, it is.
Wait, this isn't the regular route. Everyone, on alert.
Let me on. I don't want to be on babysitting duty.
Let's jump.
All right. Elderly babes, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the dog pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I love your name.
The train is about to enter the tunnel.
Also, I've heard some people say that they don't like getting a shout out whenever they're a new follower because it makes them feel like they have to chat. I would like y'all to know that I say your name to acknowledge and thank you personally for the follow. That just because I bring up your name does not mean you have to say anything in chat. It is completely fine for you to continue lurking afterwards. I would just like to put that out there right now. You are not obligated to say anything in chat if you don't want to. If you want to lurk, feel free to lurk. Lurkers are always welcome here. I just say your name out loud because I like to be able to thank you personally. That's all. I don't know, I saw a thread about that on Tumblr, or Tumblr, on Twitter the other day, where people were like, I don't like it when I follow and the streamer calls me out. Like, it's one thing if it's a tip or a sub, but I don't like it when they follow me out, when they call me out for follows. And I'm like, well, I want to be able to thank you for following, because following means a lot to me. But just know that just because I shout you out for following doesn't mean you have to say anything. It doesn't mean you have to engage in chat. Yeah, I'm babysitting and not getting paid for it in this fucking game. So hi, Eva. Is there a Discord? Yep, Gore just dropped it.
window is small even for Nekomata, and she's basically a liquid.
She's basically a liquid. It makes me feel special. I'm glad it does. But especially if like people are in chat.
King of the world.
If people are in chat, like talking, then especially if they say hi to me, I'm definitely gonna call you guys out. I'm definitely gonna be like, hi guys, and call you by name. But like, I know sometimes people just follow with the intention of just continuing to lurk and not saying anything in chat. That's completely fine as well. Do not feel like just because I say your name that you have to respond. And I don't say people's names if they're not actively in chat unless they followed or subbed or tipped or something like that. So I'll say your name when you follow. I'm not gonna say your name again for the rest of the stream unless you're talking to me in chat. Like, as simple as that. Hi, Dog Ant. How are you?
Now, king of the world.
I feel like this AI is being snarky with me.
Your coronation.
Okay. Just need to press the emergency.
Salut, Zuzu! I'm good. How are you? Wee.
This mission is such a pain, having a dress like this.
Suck it up. My shoes don't fit either.
Damn.
Captain said we've deviated from the route. What's going on?
Y'all about to get butt fucked. Oh, hi.
Looks like this train is loaded with a lot more than just explosives. The news didn't mention any of this.
Come in, Captain. A talking bamboo just fell in from on top of the train. Should we hand it over to Director Perlman? Yes, sir. Eliminate immediately.
Don't kill me! Look at her little paw heels. I will say the paw heels are cute.
What's going on here?
Wait! Oh!
Oh, I'm excited to see it, Dog Ant. Thank you. Girl, did you just chuck me through a glass window?
You should head back. Leave this to me. I've got a carrot. See you later at the store.
Belle, can you hear me? What just happened?
I got jumped.
Something's off. I'll tell you when I get back to the store.
I'm tired, but my brain's roaring at 500 miles per hour because I've got so many ideas for my writing. Bro, that is so relatable, though. I was that way earlier. My daughter took a nap, and I was like, I'm gonna take a nap with her, and my brain was just going, and I could not.
Why don't you go get some rest? I'll go check on Eos.
Still no news from Nekomata?
I
Damn.
haven't been able to get a hold of her. She should still be in the hollow. She said she had a carrot, but the exit is probably pretty far. But it's
Fair.
not all bad. The news just said Vision is putting off the demolition on Canvas Street until at least tomorrow night due to technical difficulties.
Comment ça va? Shading hair is hard, yeah. Your brain was stuck on Dragon. It was, yeah.
That's cheeky. Technical difficulties. Vision is hiding something.
Yeah, probably.
Vision must have already realized the train deviated from its original
Welcome
route,
back, Eva.
but they hid it from the media. What's more, Vision clearly said it was an unmanned train with explosives, but it was full of armed soldiers.
Oh god, French. I don't speak
They
French.
were dressed like public security, but I heard them saying, this mission is such a pain having to dress like this,
I
and
don't speak
my
French.
shoes don't fit either.
Oui,
There's
va
no
bien.
way they were real.
C'est la vie?
Yeah, and I've got this feeling that Nekomata's been hiding something from us too. We should ask her when she gets back.
Yeah, I'm sure she's gonna be upfront and
But
honest.
let's not think about that for now. You should get some rest before she gets here. Syncing with the bamboo can be very draining after all.
I do know that there's like dailies I can do, like at the coffee shop and stuff. Alright. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're not gonna focus on doing any pulls right now. We're gonna bang rush it. Ooh, nice. Good job. Alright. Let's make Hetty our... And then let's see, we need adventure, action, and documentary. Alright, so we got adventure, we'll add that. Action, and documentary. And we will be open for the day. Very nice. Who and what am I banging? The story. Storyline. I'm banging the storyline so that we can get enough of what we need to do as many pulls as physically possible. I don't either. I just live in Quebec! Oh my god. Okay, fun fact. I dated a guy who lived in Quebec. And he did speak French. French. Hey, buddy. I just need my daily scratch card. Thanks, bud. Not bad. Thanks, Hal. Appreciate you. And can I get some coffee today? Oh no, they're still closed. Alright, so I need to finish all the... We're still technically in, like, the first act. So I need to, like, be able to finish the first act before we can start doing dailies. Shouldn't the sex be slow and sensual? I mean, if you want it to be. But who said that's what I want? You know what I mean? Alright. Anyways, time to go upstairs and take a nap. Time to go upstairs and take a load off. Oh, what the fuck? I can interact with my speaker? Ooh. Nice. Alright. Hell yeah, we'll sleep to some slow jazz. How many times can I press the wrong button before I get it? Craves? Like the snack? I failed high school miserably. What is this chapter called? I don't know. I think we're just still in chapter 1. The cereal. Yeah. I haven't played since the last time we played, and that was when we started the game, so. I almost flunked out of high school, so I feel you. Anyone see the news? They said today's demolition of the metro is going to be delayed for technical reasons. But based on my professional experience, Vision's explosives don't use any sophisticated tech, and there are no complicated facilities involved in the blast zone, so it's highly unlikely to be delayed for any technical reasons. Anyone know what's really going on? Oh, man, everybody's got thoughts and opinions. Man. Damn. I like that I can, like, read the news before I, lay my head down to rest. 'Cause that's very me. Alright, time to go lay down. Reading in-game Twitter is crazy work. Hey, you know, I like to sometimes. Glad I'm watching this now. I might be able to get the ZZZ lore instead of just mashing through the dialogue, hoping to get to the violence. Yeah, I am letting the voice acting just read it out loud, just so that if there's anybody who's never experienced the game, they can. I don't always pay 100% of attention to it, but I know that YouTube viewers like to see it, so... I'm here to tell you that the coffee shop is back to its normal routine starting today, and I would like to invite you to come over and try out our new drink. However, something happened, and it's giving me a headache. What's up? I want to ask you for a favor. I'm sure you've heard of the Hollow Investigative Association, right? They reached out to me earlier saying they wanted to rent out a cough cafe for a VR game promotion campaign. I agreed, and the timing for the reopening was just right, but little did I know it was a conspiracy from the very start. Is there a wanted criminal amongst the participants? No, our store is just an ordinary street corner store, nothing as dramatic as that. It's just that I found out today that they chose this coffee shop as a venue because those VR players share some sort of superstition or urban legend. In short, they believe that drinking coffee before playing a VR game improves their skills. That sounds like a good thing to me. You can sell a whole bunch of coffee in one day. The problem is, all these players want coffee before they start playing. We just opened and I can't keep up with the sudden surge of customers. Would you mind working here for a while? Yeah, sure. You'll help? Wonderful. I'll be waiting at the entrance of the coffee shop. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. Still no news about Nekomata, and I feel restless waiting at home, so let's go help Tin Master. But drinking coffee will improve your VR combat results? For real? I mean, probably not, but, you know. You doing good today? Oh, Morrison! Thank you for the gift. Yeah, this game is very plot heavy, so I try not to skip it as much as possible. So you get food buffs from this crab dude right here. I know that, but I guess drinking coffee can give you additional food buffs. Oh my god. Hello, gang. Hey, Tin Master. Can I fuck your promoter? I'm sorry. How did something like drinking coffee can boost your VR combat scores even become a thing? Yeah, drink coffee and then you're good at playing video games. You know what? To be fair though, I used to drink coffee while I did my Elden Ring streams, and I did pretty good on those, so. I love the voice acting. I don't gotta read. Same. Wait, Miss Promoter, is that why you chose to rent a coffee shop for your event? Yep. So you admit it! Madame, I must point out that you failed to mention this when you initially presented the scope of this event. Just kidding. I only found out about this rumor after hearing it from the people in line. I suppose this is what they call an urban legend. They're born and spread inexplicably, and inexplicably become something that makes a hit. I've never seen such a crowd at any of my events before. Lucky break. I'm here, Tin Master. Wow, this is the temporary employee you found? They look efficient. Thank you. Manager, I really am so sorry. We're open, but I can't serve you. Instead, I need to ask you a favor. And let's settle this line problem quickly. I'll serve the customers who dine in here. Meanwhile, could you help me serve the completed orders to the customers waiting in line over there? Absolutely. You're such a go-getter. I'm counting on you, then. Genshin dialogue is so bloated, even when I try to pay attention by the end of a quest, I'm just skipping through the dialogue. Maybe. Like I said, I haven't played Genshin, so... Hey, babes. This is your Tin Master special. Oh, yes, everything is changing before my eyes now that I'm drinking my coffee. Yeah, me too, dude. Really? Don't believe me? I highly recommend you try it out. The results are immediate and evident. Now that I've had my Tin Master special, high score, here I come. Alright, gang. Hey! What's up? Oh man, my espresso, thank you. I was thinking, throwing mysticism and whatever aside, from a scientific perspective, an espresso can help you focus your attention. Yeah, it's so bitter that once tasted it befuddles the mind. Ah. Fascinating. My coffee is ready, thank you for bringing it over. How's it taste? Oh, it's not as sweet as I like, but it's actually really good. And it feels so refreshing. Is this what they mean when they talk about coffee philosophy? Yeah, caffeine is a great mental stimulant. Ma'am? How's your selfie, gang? Oh my god, like she's actually taking a selfie. That's crazy. Sorry, I love seeing MiHoYo put more love and care into their side games over Genshin. It's really funny to me. Hey, promoter. I've delivered all the coffee. I would like some coffee, yes? Yeah, what else can I help you with? I was observing you. You're quick and have a good memory. Definitely an expert in VR games, right? Why don't you give the Hollow Investigative Association's Trial of Bravery a go, Hollow Rider? It's a VR game made using the Association's combat training program based on real-life Hollow investigation data. Ooh. Manager's been working really hard. Maybe we should just let her get a cup of coffee and relax a while. If she's interested in your game, she can just pay the HIA a visit, right? It's a recruitment event. If you have time after your coffee, you're welcome to experience it at the HIA Club. Okay. Alright, cool. Yeah, it's definitely not the bitterness. Okay, so proxies can purchase one beverage daily. When used, will recharge your battery charge and grant a buff for better efficiency in gaining certain materials. Oh, nice. Love that for me.
Hello there. How about a Tin Master special for a little pick-me-up?
Alright. Today's recommended coffee is the black tea latte. Fuck it up! Beautiful cup. I do love myself some good, fresh coffee. Thank you, babes. Stun certification skill drop increase. Alright.
Stopping to take a break can help you go
I have to take a car from the parking lot to get there. Oh, okay, cool. I drank my cup of coffee this morning. I need to do one round.
Ready for combat.
Okay.
I only handle technical matters.
Okay. There we go.
I only handle technical matters.
Go ahead and get her leveled up. They just drop. They allow you. They increase the amount of drops for specific items. Promote one and.
Technical
What
matters.
do you mean by promote? God, it's been so long. Promote. And I can do that
I
once a
only
day.
handle technical matters.
Ready for combat.
I see. I haven't learned how to do that yet, so.
Huh? Is something the matter?
Oh yeah, she's here now. Yeah, this game is gotcha. That's why I'm kind of like beelining it with the intentions of doing a bunch of gotcha back to back.
Officer 148,
Cop mommy! Look, where's my wife? There she is.
At your service.
There's my wife, babes. There she is. Oh. Mommy for real, for real.
1, 2, yes. I'll look. Awaiting further. And you want to test my hammer?
I wanna what? I don't wanna. Yeah, did you not know that she had tits, Gore? Or did you just forget? Why do you think I moaned when I saw her the first time? That's a child? Yeah, that one is a child. You're damn right about that. Hold on.
I only handle technical matters.
Yeah, so MILF,
Standing by.
mid-20s.
Need something? My services are expensive.
Mid-20s.
I have 2 guns, so double the accuracy.
I adore him. Mid-20s.
How can I help?
35.
Sokaku, ready!
15.
Don't look at me.
16, I believe.
It's our turn, bro.
Mid-20s. Believe it or not,
Celebrate.
21? Yeah, I looked up these characters' ages recently. She is 21. Her favorite beverage is beer. She's obviously the armpit character. Yeah, I don't believe it either. I don't believe it either, but legally, apparently, she is 21. I don't know, man.
Mommy?
She is like 15.
Ready and waiting.
She is in her mid-20s.
Hey, don't look down on me.
She is 18, I believe. If I recall correctly. She's either 17 or 18. I think she's 18 though, because I recall her being an adult. She runs a heavy industrial place. Like, I shit you not, like, she runs a fucking whole, like, heavy industrial mechanics building that she inherited from her dad. So, yeah, she's legal adult. She just has no boobs. She's like an A cup, but she is legal adult somehow.
Hey, don't look down on me.
I shall follow your orders.
35.
Touch my tail, and now.
17! 17!
Head-made Rena.
35. I don't know how old she is, but I know she's an adult.
Huh?
And she is also
With
21.
pleasure.
I don't know how, but somehow she is also 20 or 21. I looked at her and said, that's an Opie Loli. Everybody else looked at her and apparently went, nope, that's a grown-ass woman. She is a mechanic. So, yeah, apparently this one is 20.
Good day, Prox.
17! And you can see her nipples through. Oh, they got rid of it. You can't see her nipples through her outfit anymore. That's crazy. You used to be able to see her nips through her dress. They changed it. It might still be that way in like her official video, but
Touch my tail, and now.
yeah, it was that way in her trailer video, which by the way shows her in her high school. I mean, in her defense, I don't wear bras either. And I have never worn bras. I stopped wearing bras in high school because I had small boobs and I didn't need to. So you can often see my nipples. It is just what it is, and I understand that that's just a part of it. But when you are creating games with teenage girl characters, you have to make the rational decision to draw nipples on that child, and they did, and that freaks me out. Yeah, this is a gacha waifu game. It's made by the people who make Genshin Impact.
Officer 148, Juyuan, ready.
Yeah, her official art still has the nips. That's so true.
Nothing to fear.
Now, I will say, this is my baby. She is also a high schooler, but she's like a sophomore, freshman, sophomore, I think sophomore. And I just think she's adorable. That is all. I actually, fun fact, I actually played Tower of Fantasy. I was one of the beta testers of Tower of Fantasy, and I streamed the entire beta test back when it first came out. But yeah, see this one? Adorable. I would die for her. The other ones? Questionable. Like, don't get me wrong, I love this character design. I think this character design is super cute, but I am so tired of seeing porn of this character. Like, stop. Stop drawing porn of this character. Like, I hate to be the one to say it, but like, her whole video like shows her in high school. Stop. Stop, please. All right, we're taking the business car. But yeah, so today we're just grinding to get what we need to level up. Or to get what we need to roll gotchas. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry. Yeah, like cat, like everything. It's insane. Internet freaks do be disgusting. Cat from Gravity Rush? Never mind, I don't know what that is. I've never played Gravity Rush. Alright, let's see. I'm not reading all this out loud. Alright, let's see. Miss Bertha at the front desk. Hey, Bertha! Are you and Lila oh my god. Bertha. Homina, okay. What's the actual story of this game? We go into a place called the Hollow to rescue people. Yeah, we're hackers doing cyber chase, pretty much. Alright, let's see. VR trial, Hollow Rider, home portable VR device. Rewards. Yeah, let's try it. Yeah, it's just cyber chase. Oh, this is how we get these for promoting our agents. Got it. We'll need to build an enemy card lineup. You can view these enemy cards. Here are the ones that have already been placed in your lineup. Try removing an enemy card from your lineup. I see.
I only handle technical matters.
Alright,
So, Cuckoo, Red, let's hurry! I want to be back by dinner!
Need some?
I always use my boy.
Handle technical matters.
Right. Yeah, that PBS show. Exactly. You got it. Hi, Kula. How are you? Yeah, I know what Gravity Rush is, but I've never actually played it. Alright.
I'm here.
Blow, blow, blow away your troubles!
Whoop!
So, Cuckoo is here!
And down. Feel the power of starlight. I love my fucking nerd husband. He's so Deadpool coded, but like in the best way. Ma'am? Why do I feel like she got a little horny there? Why are her boobs jiggling so much in a sports bra? Fucking, I wish I knew, dude. Nice. So we'll complete that one. I can see the Genshin influence. Yeah. Not bad. Alright, let's see. Let's see.
Standing by.
Base stats? Agent can level up further. Go ahead and give it a try. Whee! Yep, so you do breakthrough, and then you can auto add. And you get to claim master tapes for promoting them. Nice.
Ready for combat. I only handle technical matters.
Very nice. He's also... Oh! Nice. Didn't they also make Star Rail? They sure did. You're damn right about that. They absolutely sure did make Star Rail. For better or for worse. They absolutely did make Star Rail. Gravity Rush is a very unique game that Sony refuses to acknowledge. That sounds like Sony, yeah. Yeah, this is their new IP. They're very proud of it. Because it's getting all of the new updates. Alright. And those are all the characters that I have.
Awaiting further instructions.
How much have you spent on this game already? Absolutely nothing. Star Rail, Genshin, and Honkai Impact. Yep. That's pretty much it. Cool. I spent like $5. Did I? I don't even remember spending money. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Ooh, themed noodles? Last stream I did? Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I did. I genuinely do not recall.
A cup of joe. A little bitterness can make life's sweetness all the more satisfying.
Ooh, pepper latte. Oh, you shouldn't drink too much coffee. That's fair.
You know, coffee is not a must, but a calm and relaxed mindset sure is.
Alright, let's do my ramen for the day. Ooh. Yeah, let's do those. It's free too. Let's do fried barbecue noodles, baby. Tears of Themis? They have a dating game? Hi, Golden. How are you? It's probably not a good thing if you don't remember it. To be fair, I don't remember most things. My memory is... I have long COVID, so my memory is awful. Oh, yeah. Let's see. That one's hers. For sure. I don't think this one's yours. But We'll enhance it at least. I don't know which one is yours, but I don't think it's this. Oh, wait. Fucko. There we go. Nice. Well, don't I feel like a fool? Modify and enhance, obviously. There we go. Nice model, by the way. Thank you. It's going good, though. We're just kind of working through the opening parts of the story so that I can get what I need to do a bunch of, roles. Because there's a character I really want. So that's kind of the goal for today's stream. Who the fuck is this for? I don't like that. That freaks me out. I'm hoping to get Rena. But who knows? But who knows? I haven't had ramen in a while. I haven't either, honestly. I was like really craving pho the other day too. I was like, man, I really want pho. Noise. Go up on my internet level. We gotta get to 30, so. I have M1 Rena, so I've gotten her twice. I hope. Quick travel. Got it. And then ask if Wise has any news. Yeah, I just want the Ghost Mommy really bad, and the Wolf Man. And honestly, Shark Girl would be nice too. I like the way Shark Girl plays. Alright. We got thugs, we got soldiers. Alright, what's up, Wise? Finally, I could type in here. It was such a struggle to get this to work. Oh no! I'm so sorry! I wonder why. Fairy. Okay. Easy now, girl. Alright, let's see. We're just kind of getting through the basic communication. Cool. Daily errands. Complete your custom schedule to get daily rewards. Here's where you can check today's go-tos and complete these tasks. Nice. Do eat one bowl of noodles and take a picture of Foamy. Oh, Golden, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. I got lucky and got the 2 characters I wanted in like 50 pulls. Yeah, I haven't even done that many pulls. I think I've done like 20 maybe 30. Cool. Meow. You okay? I'm back. Almost at 6th Street. Sorry for making you guys worry about me. You guys did worry about me, right? I'll speed over to the video store right now. See you at the store. How far into the game are you? Not far at all. Like, still first act, really. We just met Nekomata. No, we're not in the tutorial, but we did meet Nekomata very recently. We just did the train derailing, so not very far at all.
I'm back!
Okay.
Sorry it took so long. My carrot would only navigate to the other exit farther away.
Bitch. Awful carrot.
I saw on my phone that the demolition was still, but then the stupid train got away, so Nicole and the others are still in danger.
It's best to pull now that the roster's small, so you get a higher chance to get what you want. Exactly. That was my thought too. That was my thought too.
We need to figure out a plan of action quickly.
Nekomata, I know you're anxious, but before we try to rescue the others, we have to talk.
What's going on? Why the sudden change in tone? The hair on my ears is standing up.
Nekomata,
God, Nekomata does look like my little sister. That's fucked up.
You to be honest.
That's so fucked up of this game to do that to me.
Hairs get yourselves into exactly.
Ugh.
Didn't the news
I wish I could add 30 months to this number SMH.
For the 69 months? That would be really funny. Hi, Ducky. Thank you so much for the resub. 39 months is fucking ridiculous, by the way. Like, that's absolutely crazy.
Nekomata.
39 months is legitimately crazy. But how are you doing? So I saw that you sent me something on Instagram. But I had already started streaming, so.
You mean it?
Peach, can you just act like it's been 69 months? Yeah, hold on. Nice, Ducky. Nice.
You'd better answer my sister truthfully and tell us what you're hiding.
I'm not trying to hide anything.
Let's go! Peach work of artwork of Peach and Nekomata as sisters win. I'm not paying for it.
You're totally right. The cunning hairs and I are in big trouble this time.
Big trouble.
We just wanted to save
Why can I see this kid's belly button through her shirt? I know y'all can't see it because I'm standing in front of her, but it's fucking ridiculous.
To save people?
I see a little bit of fantasy in the stone cold reality I live in. Bro, same. Hold on, I'm gonna text Ducky real quick.
That's because it's so ridiculous. I didn't even think I could explain it. We were so busy trying to stop the train earlier. You didn't have time to finish watching the Bang Boo's visual record.
I stay texting Ducky on stream. Does Ducky have the high score? I think Gore does, actually. Is the character on the right a created character, or does it just look like you on accident? She just looks like me on accident. She is not a created character. That's just, she just looks like that. Okay, now you can see what I mean. Look at that. Look at that. Look at her little fucking belly button that you can see through her outfit. Do you know how crazy that is? What do you mean, why so casual? About what I texted you? Peach came first? Yeah, I did.
Starting to get used to the ether concentration here. I wasn't feeling too good when we first got in.
Hey, we might not have come across any strong ethereals yet, but the dead
It has to be tight as fuck. It has to. Get that kid out of that tight as fuck outfit. Get her out of it and put her in something that's appropriate for a 14-year-old.
How many times have I told you not to make a ruckus?
Every time I play this game, I feel like an old lady. I'm like, get these damn kids into normal kid clothes. I want to see them dressed like Disney Channel original stars. I want them to be wearing 3 layers. Yeah, no, she's straight up a kid. Yeah, somebody call CPS.
Even if the dead end butcher did come along,
Yeah, she's 15.
notice her at all.
Plus, I gotta say,
I gave you a white boy answer. Yeah, Wolf Daddy is a boomer, that is true. Ducky, that's wild.
Everyone wait. You see the railroad tracks on the side of the road?
Hold on, I'll pull up all their ages in a minute. Hold on.
Gaping hole has been clawed out.
Oh, a gaping hole, we say, Ambi.
She's right.
Looks like the dead
Grand Butcher has been here. We might come across it if we keep going.
But yeah, no, I looked up their ages the other day and I was like, oh my god, I am
Since
such a
there's
fucking
signs of it
boomer.
here, let's find
I need
another
these
way
kids to
around.
be wearing 3 layers.
Nekomata, will you see if your carrot can suggest another way to the Red Fang Gang's base?
Yeah, I could find another route, but the path we're on is the most direct.
I know
Uh-huh.
you're anxious to find your family heirloom, but this is no normal mission.
So
Safety
true.
first, as they say. What's wrong? You sound like someone stepped on your tail.
Would drawing fan art of your model with Nekomata be inappropriate? I mean, no, because my model just looks like this. But, like, drawing porn of Nekomata would be. No, Gore, there's official ages. There are official ages. They did give official ages. Why the fuck is the US Army giving me an ad for a PS5 giveaway? I don't know, but take it. Yeah, don't do that. But, like, I also have other outfits. That are, like, more, like, covering. I have a whole, like, dress that's, like, more covering than what I usually wear. It's not, like, an outfit that I've rigged to my model yet, so. Oh, you already have a PS5? Oh, well, never mind then.
Huh? What are you talking about? You know we're in the dead-end hollow,
All I have to do is
right?
sign some paperwork, join the military, hell yeah.
Of small children entering the hollows by mistake. But the direction you're pointing, Nekomata, is the original route we were planning on taking.
Yeah, hold on. I do have, yeah, that outfit is pinned on my Twitter. I have a couple. Hold on, I'll just show them to you. Let's see. But yeah, the one pinned to my Twitter is, God, why is it so fucking big? Hold on. Jesus fucking criminy. That's effing ridiculous. Oh my god! Oh my god! How many times— oh, I moved the fishing. I'm so sorry, gang. How many times do I have to fucking shrink this photo? Jesus. Okay, there it is. Okay. This one. I've got this one, which is my goth MILF outfit. But I also have these. I also have these. Oh, Jesus Christ. These are also outfits that I have. They're all kind of hard to see on this background. Hold on, I have one with a white background. I don't know why it didn't. There we go. I also have these. These exist as well. Looking respectfully. And then I have my 2.0 model, which I'm working on right now, which is actually getting rigged as we speak. Police lineup for Who Ate Your Shoes? Yeah, it's all just me in different costumes. And then I have this one, which is getting rigged to my model as we speak. So I've got a lot. I've got a lot of outfits. I have a lot of outfits. These are just the images that exist in my mind at all time. How tall is Tragedy? About 6 feet. I also have— okay, so I've never actually showed this one off. Y'all are gonna never see this again, but this is for like years down the line. This is a alternate design for years down the line. You'll see her again one day. That's just my shiny form. Exactly. Here, I'll show you guys the little bits that I have for my model so far. That I'm okay with showing off. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Work in progress, baby. Work in progress, baby. Yeah, artists hate me, literally. I cannot seem to design a basic outfit for the life of me. So artists definitely do hate me. What am I peeking at? I'm just looking to see if it's safe. I'm looking to see if y'all are ready for all this. I got so much ass. I gotta make sure y'all are ready for all this ass. So, you know. That's all.
You think I'm just saying it to make you take that path? I really
Horns? Yeah. From my OG model. I am Sauron looking ass! I'm gonna fight you to the death.
That's a pretty detailed description.
I'm gonna beat you.
Did see her.
I am Sauron like inside of the fucking Cheesecake Factory.
Are you suggesting we go save her first? I should remind you.
Oh my god.
We're commissioned to do.
Respectfully, your coat was really confusing to draw.
What's that supposed to mean?
I have...
Commission, so you'll just ignore
Hold
the
on.
child lost in the hollow?
I have... Hold on. I've never really posted these anywhere. Should I make a website that just has all my outfits on it for artists? Because y'all aren't gonna believe this. But when it comes to my base model, I actually have, like... Jesus. Hold on. Fucking takes up every single drop of space on the stream. I'm not making a Pinterest for it. I would rather die. But I actually have, like, detailed, like, breakdowns on my entire outfit and my model. I know, like, Iron Mouse has a website that shows all of her models and then all of their reference art. But, like, I have, like, little bits of reference art like this from my OG designer. That, like, shows, like, front, back of the jacket. Make a Peach wiki? Yeah, I might have to for my artists. But yeah, so like if you're ever curious about what the back of the jacket looks like, her name is stitched in the back in runes. Imagine trying to make a jacket for Peach cosplay. Huh, Ducky, I'm currently in the process of trying to actually figure that one out. So, I don't have to imagine. I'm living it. Let me see. Yeah, but I have like a whole ass like y'all aren't gonna believe this shit. I have a whole ass character sheet breakdown of the designing my character, including the original color palettes we went with, all of the different facial expressions, the original sketches while we were trying to work out the design. Squarespace maybe? Maybe, yeah. If you make a website, can you make it the most 2000s website possible? Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, here. So we've got the sketches. We've got all of the different facial makeups. We've got the OG colors that we were kind of trying to play around with to find something that we liked, and then ultimately we ended up with this color palette. We got the back. And then we have all the different ideas of where to put her name on the outfit itself. These were trying to figure out where we wanted the tail to come out of. Bro just dumped a whole bakery on us like it was nothing. Yeah. The design for my my belt. But yeah, no, we went deep into it when I was designing this character. But yeah, no, I've got fronts and backs. So I need to make just a website to make it easier for my artists to actually like see what's going on with the model itself.
But cold-blooded too?
Ass! Yeah, the other color palettes weren't as good as this one, honestly.
Don't be. I'm not like you.
I'm gonna try cosplaying, but my brain is hyper-focused on cosplaying one specific character. That'd be a nightmare. Oh, absolutely.
I didn't expect you to not be a bad person.
I'll at least make a Google Drive. Yeah. I might make one of those, cards. I might make a card. I might make one of those, like, card websites and have a whole section on there that's just for all my outfits.
But this kitty's a kind employer.
If you really are
I love the navy blue, yeah.
Then I'll go with
with you.
Also,
You don't need to use the
at any
commission towards the
time,
bargaining
I can
chip.
take this jacket off if need be.
Abby,
I can also take my pants
You should
off,
at least
but we're not gonna
ask
do
me
all
when
that.
it comes to commission fees. Guess it can't be helped. But I agree, we can't just leave a kid in a place like this. A kid's aptitude for ether is underdeveloped, and she can't save herself. Every minute spent in the hollow is
This model has a
precious,
lot of things
not
that
to
it can
mention
do
the
that I just
dead-end
don't do
butchers
very
around here
often.
somewhere.
Let's get going.
This is making me want to get a professional model because holy hell is that gorgeous, but money is so expensive. Oh yeah. I will tell you. Hold on. Let me pull up my budget sheet real quick. Yeah, so far on my 2.0, I have spent $2,000. Yeah, my 2.0 will cost about 2K so far, and there's still multiple unfilled slots in here where I just haven't found artists for specific items that I want yet. So, not yet, third word. This is only my second time playing though, so we're kind of busting through the story to get all the points that we need for it.
What are you waiting for, Nikomata?
I'm very lucky to be in a place where I have somebody who's willing to bankroll me on this so that I can live my dream. And I'm very lucky to have a husband that's willing to bankroll me so that I can live out my dream every day. But I recognize not a lot of people have that. So, but my first model was $1,000, both rigging and art together. I got both of them on sale. They were like,
So many ethereals around. It really
I worked with two people who were new to the scene.
I didn't see any signs of them on the way over. Still, hopefully we can
I worked
find
with two
her.
people who were new to the scene and were running discounts because of it. So, I highly recommend that if you are wanting to be a VTuber, but like you just like can't afford like a super expensive like high-end model. But also, there are models that you can buy that are like pre-made online.
Okay, standing by. Watch out.
Yeah, there are models that you can buy online that are pre-made that you can still customize. Like, they give you permission to customize. Oh yeah, and nothing's wrong with PNG tubing. Briefcase as a weapon? It's a gun. It's a gun inside of a briefcase, yeah. I PNG tubed for a while.
I don't see her anymore. She disappeared in a flash.
why is it always the cat that sees her? I know Thyrans have better vision than normal people, but my visual components are pretty good too.
The easiest setup is getting the Minecraft VTuber model and slapping your own skin on top? Absolutely. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Hold on. I'm gonna go to images after searching my name. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy! Hold on, gang. I Google searched my own name. I haven't done this in a while. But this right here, taking me to my own Twitter. This was my first model. I was a cow. This is my first model. I don't have this model on my PC, so I can't like show it off and like show the rigging off. This was posted, y'all can't see this, but this was posted March 14th, 2021. And I hadn't debuted yet. Yeah, that was pre-debut. Feels old, man. Absolutely does. But yeah, that's my first model. That's OG Peach. She's where I got my name from, and I never left it. This is OG Cyber Peach right here. This is pre-debut. March 14th, 2021. But like if I Google my own name, like it pulls up like a lot of my stuff, and then like clips and old art of my old model, AI art of actually Peach. Oh yeah, here you go, here you go. Here you go, gang. This was my OG model. This is what it looked like. This is it rigged and everything. This is my OG model. Oh, let me move this model out of the way. Oh shit, hold on. I goofed it. Hold on. Yeah, this was my first ever model. Right here. This right here is my first ever model. I got the model art itself for like 500 bucks. The rig at the time for like 300. But at the time, both of these people were brand new to the VTuber scene and were just trying to get out their first ever models. She sure was making do, yeah. That's where my little pink dancer comes from. That's my OG model. I had 2 outfits, yeah. And this was my girl, man. You can see just how much rigging has changed since then. My rigger is fantastic. Rue, she did this model. She is absolutely fantastic. But yeah, this is who I was at one point in my life. Are the new horns a callback to the old model? Yep, they sure are, actually. The horns are a callback to my OG model. Yep, they sure are. We changed the pink lines to being red blood, like blood stains. But yeah, they are a callback to my first model. I do miss this model from time to time. So how did I go from a cow to a dog? Well, so originally when I picked cow, I was trying so hard to be different. And at the time, there were really not that many cow VTubers. So I picked a cow, and I picked kind of like a trad wife cottagecore vibe. Because at the time, like, lewd tubers were huge. And I love this model so much. I still have it. I love her so much. But after using her for about a year and a half, I just felt like she didn't fit me. Like, she's so cutesy and adorable, and I am fucking deep-voiced MILF. I'm a deep-voiced MILF who loves dick jokes. So I kind of just stopped feeling like the two of us blended in well. And I've always really loved dogs. I've always really loved wolves. So my current model is actually a wolf-dog hybrid. She's a wolf mixed with an Irish wolfhound. And so I transferred over to that. I wanted to be a dog originally. My first design... A wog? Yeah. My first design was actually a space dog that I drew. It was a dog based off Laika. She was like a little clown space dog. And that was the first design I ever drew pre-Cow Peach. So I wanted to be a dog originally, but I worried that because there were so many cat VTubers and like dog VTubers and wolf VTubers that I just blend in with everybody else. I really took this way too seriously when I first started. So I really just went backwards. I really just kind of went back to what I wanted originally, just with a cyberpunk design because I really like cyberpunk fashion. But I do love Peach. I do love OG Peach, my little girl. She's my baby. But I just stopped relating to her at one point. It was a sad goodbye, I will be honest, but also you can really see like the leaps and bounds how much rigging has changed since 2021. You know, like that's my 2021 model versus my I got this model in 2022, 2023, and like in just a year and a half, like this model's rigging is like so much more like it like bounces around better. It like fits the vibe a little better, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I just really fucking me. I just really worried about originality. Oh, my baby girl. I really did worry about originality and coming off as original. Back then. I was really, really stressed about it. I was really worried that I just blend in with all the other VTubers. I'm not as worried about it now. As you can see, I kind of just enjoy being myself. Also, look, it's me and my baby! It's me and my daughter, Bunny! I got this art delivered to me while I was in the hospital, right before my daughter was born, and it was the best. It was the best timing. I was so happy to get it when I did because my daughter was born 4 months early, unexpectedly. And so getting it during a period of like extreme stress really helped calm my nerves a little bit.
Hey, do you all think there are more and more claw marks around here? We've been coming across stronger ethereals too.
Now that you mention it,
Peach is Peach. We love Peach whether cow dog or booba nightmare Peases.
We
Okay,
can't keep going like this.
I was
How can we
Peases
save anyone when we're in
prior
danger ourselves?
to being a dog. Let's be real. Alright, gotta move myself back over. There we go. Next Peach is gonna become a cow dog. Yeah, I'm gonna become a border collie
Why
next.
is it every time you see her, we find nothing?
I'll get a country border collie costume next.
By the time we've gone over, things have already warped. It's not my fault. If we want to catch her, you guys just need to keep up. Negative. We don't have the physical advantages when it comes to running like you.
I'll get a country outfit
In our current
in
situation,
memoriam
we
of
should reserve
OG
our
Peach.
energy to escape if we encounter the dead-end butcher. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? You talk about saving people, but when the time
Look, all I have to say is in the last 3 years of streaming, I've changed a lot. I don't even sound the same. My voice has gotten deeper.
Then you mean you aren't confident in your abilities? I can't pretend I didn't hear that.
Oh boy.
If I get serious, even Billy using his fuel reserves can't beat me.
I can't pretend I didn't hear that, Andy.
No problem then. We'll just run after the girl from now on. I'm more than happy to.
You sound more murderous. Thanks, Kula.
Wait, isn't anyone gonna ask my opinion?
No, Nicole. Obviously not, Nicole. Alright, but we're just essentially trying to... I know I said we're trying to beeline it. We haven't done a great job at beelining it because I keep getting sidetracked and talking about literally everything else under the sun.
Get away from me!
I literally keep getting sidetracked and talking about every other thing under the sun instead of focusing on the fucking game I'm here to play. But you know, that's just life. That's just life. I got severe ADD. I can't stay focused. What do you expect from me? Her paw heels are really cute. Wait, we're supposed to be focused on a game? Yeah, honestly.
We've been running for so long. You guys have pretty good stamina.
I have a TV show that's supposed to come out tonight, so I'm gonna play until that show airs. Good night, Kula. You can't take my husband, Kula. Suck my cock, Kula.
Keep looking in a minute. On second thought, this area is about to be demolished. So
Yeah, we got House of Dragons tonight.
How did a kid get in?
Maybe she got lost when her family was being evacuated. If it's like that movie.
Yeah, ADHD is such a struggle. I really struggle with that.
To lead the rescuers into a deadly trap.
There's no such thing as ghosts. And don't do movie
My
promos at a
ADHD
time
mixed
like
with me
this.
being tired is like I'm bouncing off the walls. I'm like going from topic to topic to topic to topic.
Ghost attacks. I'll protect everyone.
Really? Can you guys not say stuff like that? Right. I feel better now. Let's get going.
All right, let's go.
Wait a sec.
Oh, there actually was a kid.
Kid, over there. Don't run. Wait for us.
Mobile yeet! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day.
There really is a kid in the dead-end hollow.
So you were lying. You were a ragtag lying ass bitch.
Keep moving. The girl's just up ahead.
Billy, go grease your gears.
Go grease your gears? Please, Billy, don't do that. Billy, I'm frightened of what that means for me. Billy, please grease your gears in my vagina. Ah!
Locked on target. Time to wrap.
Alright. Damn, this kid's getting wrecked.
Keep your eyes closed, kiddo.
Swooped.
It's okay. Everything's fine. It must be scary being lost in a hollow all by yourself, right? Don't worry. I'm here now.
Oh, Billy. Damn!
What are you talking about, huh?
Billy's getting fucked by a kid. Wording.
Saved me? I saved you! Why are you wandering around that monster's territory? If I hadn't led you here, you'd have walked right into it.
Look at Billy crying over there after this kid punched the shit out of him.
Huh? What do you mean?
If it weren't for you guys, I might have found the Hollow's exit back to New Eridu by now. I think I can hear something.
Yeah, my wording is I don't always think through the words that exit my mouth.
An ethereal?
That's the dead-end butcher?
Deadpool was such a fun movie. It was.
Bigger than I expected. It's catching up. We've got nowhere left to run.
Bye, kid.
Huh? This bright light. Whoa! It's the hollow exit. She fell outside.
That's probably for the best.
Pretty risky, but cool landing.
What? And there he goes.
Good. The kid's okay.
I almost got a
Nicole.
seriously, why is
He's like,
every
Nicole, get
single
your
mission
fat
such a
ass off
struggle?"
me.
Nicole.
Nekomata, considering the circumstances, don't you think we deserve a bonus?
Nicole.
I hear you! I've barely been sitting on you for a minute. Stop complaining.
No, it's not that.
Bro said, fat ass. Get off.
Huh? Isn't this Canvas Street?
Wish I were Billy.
Then these people are... Wait. This is the blast zone. It was supposed to be cleared. Why are there so many people?
Because it wasn't cleared, Nicole.
How many are there?
Wish I was Billy for real.
100 at least. Me and Envy only did a rough count of whoever was willing to come out and speak to us. There could be even more.
Damn.
I thought that Vision said they cleared everyone out days ago.
They did not.
They say they don't know what's going on. They haven't been able to contact anyone on the outside for a week. I'm guessing Vision is set up jamming.
Confirmed
devices.
sick. Absolutely.
So what is this? When exactly is Vision planning to evacuate everyone?
Children, you must be coming from the city. Are you bringing any news?
Yeah, there's a train full of explosives coming your way.
Excuse me, who are you?
Oh, the little girl you just saved from the hollow is my granddaughter.
Very nice, very nice, very nice.
Thank you for rescuing her. She's always been naughty.
Very nice, very
She
nice, very
thinks
nice.
she
Thick
can
with 3
sneak into the
C's.
hollow
Absolutely.
safely just because she's got ether aptitude. Yesterday, because a public security officer wouldn't tell her the exact time, she came up with an idea to go to New Eridu and ask around. I took my eyes off of her for 1 second and she ran into the hollow.
She shouldn't be doing that.
Excuse me, an officer? Did you say an officer came by?
Yes, that's right.
Alright.
Yesterday, my granddaughter and a few neighbors got tired of waiting and headed to ask Vision what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
But an officer stopped them before they got there.
Right. Hi, Black Bean.
They said nobody could get through because explosives were being handled nearby. And once things were ready,
Got
the
me
train would be
barking.
coming for
Nicole?
Most of us here are old, sick, and disabled. Other than my granddaughter, none of us have
You don't
any
look that old.
aptitude for
You're like
either.
60.
So we can't go anywhere. We were told to wait. So that's all we can do.
But it doesn't make sense. How can something as big as a mass evacuation of residents not be scheduled in advance? They just left everyone waiting for notice. And I haven't heard of public security being involved in the project before.
Miss, you mean to say...
That public security officer who stopped the residents is suspicious. There has to be more to it than this.
Damn.
I remember them saying Vision Corporation won the bid thanks to a much lower cost.
I get it. The Metro renovation project is one of the most talked
I'm
about
glad they get it. I don't get it.
It's technically and financially demanding, and they still have to relocate the residents.
Right.
But if Vision just dealt with the residents along with the demolition, that'd save costs.
Do I have a favorite band? I like Gorillaz. I like Gorillaz. I like Sleep Token. I like Kendrick Lamar. I think those are the three I listen to a lot right now. I like Yakelore.
Vision always wanted to perform well enough to enter tops, but I never.
This woman's smiling, and she just found out that they're about to bomb them.
No, we can't let Vision get away with this. Nicole, what do you plan to do now?
Not Like Us got me bugging. Same, honestly.
Fine, sure. We came into the dead-end hollow looking for something, and yeah.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
A small odd-job agency can't take on a massive corporation. So, what do you two think?
I'll do whatever you say, boss. But Anby,
I didn't expect to agree with Nekomata on this matter. I'm staying. I understand Nicole's thinking, but I can't follow this time.
I like Sleep Token a lot. I want to go see them in concert.
I won't make the same mistake again.
I've never seen concert before, though.
Going against a
I've never been to a concert before, so.
Anby, you really pulled at my heartstrings. They're the Vision Corporation. They may be big enough to join the Tops Alliance. Just think of the money we could squeeze out of them if we threaten to expose them. Quickly, Billy, Anby.
I will say the boob mole is pretty cute. I like RHCP more. What is that? I don't think I know what that is.
Don't just stand there. Get everyone to sign the authorization forms. Collect them one by one. And Nekomata, I know you're our client, but I have something for you to do too.
Me?
You want to save everyone, right?
Let's
you know
see.
the area, and you're the most agile.
Bad Omens. Their new stuff is like Sleep Token's Baddie Core. I haven't, no, but I'm always down to listen to new music. I love listening to new music. It's something I often do in my free time while I work at night.
Okay, that's everything. Nicole told me they'd stay in the construction area.
Oh, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Okay, yeah. My husband likes that band a lot, so we listen to them a lot.
My mission was to find
My sister went to a Sleep Token concert before. I'm jealous of your sister.
After leaving the others, I went back through the dead-end hollow and came straight to your store. Really, I'm not lying. Nicole and everyone else in the blast zone are in
Bad
great
Omens
danger.
is great. Oh, I'll have to check them out then.
Please, Faithin, you have to help me save them.
We believe you, Nekomata. But as professional proxies, we have to warn you of the risks involved.
Right. In saving all the residents, we'll inevitably come to blows with the Vision Corporation.
You don't need to tell me that. I made up my mind ever since I left.
Here, let me add them to my Spotify real quick so I don't forget to listen to them later. Let's see. Bad Omens. I'm just gonna add a random one of their songs from their popular list to my like songs so I don't forget to go back and look at them. There we go.
All I can think about now is getting everyone out of the blast zone.
Why does she have a barcode on her forehead? It weirds me out.
The client has made up her mind. There's nothing more to say.
Well then, let's work on a rescue plan. Take a look at this map.
Alright.
The Cunning Hares and the residents are trapped at the Canvas Street station, which is several kilometers away from the surveillance point where Perlman's located.
Uh-huh.
But to keep the trapped residents in check, he's transported a number of armed mercenaries pretending to be public security by train.
Okay.
Speaking of which, the train that we delayed earlier is almost at its destination, so there'll be even more people to guard the residents.
We're not strong enough to face them head on, but perhaps we can take advantage of holes in the enemy's defense.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Look,
let's see.
Those trapped residents have no ether aptitude, so the mercenaries don't expect anyone coming from behind.
Right.
With everyone guarding the front, the surveillance point should be relatively unguarded.
Right.
That makes sense. We can go around behind them through the hollow and catch them off guard.
Okay.
Good idea. And then?
I do listen to metal quite a bit, yeah. I used to be like a huge metalhead back in high school, and I kind of like I've kind of filtered out a little bit. I kind of filter in between like indie rock, metal, and rap. I kind of go back and forth between them. But yeah.
How clever! The train itself has some resistance to corruption, so as long as we get them out of the hollow quickly, they won't get affected!
Hey, Fairy, can you drive the train out of the hollow and into New Eridu as quickly as possible?
Affirmative. I have already mapped out the shortest route.
Fuck it up, Fairy.
No time to waste. Let's get started then.
Nekomata, take this bamboo. Go find Nicole and tell her the plan. Then...
Right! Then, it's crunch time.
Crunch time? Alright, let's get ready to meet her as soon as possible. Our next commission might be pretty tough. Alright, anything can happen in the hollow. There's always dangerous, notorious ethereal in the dead-end hollow. Let's prepare as much as possible. It's better to be safe than sorry. Alright. You can find the location of materials through training. Items needed can be found here. Take a look when you need to modify. Okay, so let's go to good night, Zoo. Thanks for coming. It was so nice to see you. Okay, so I need a support drill. For sure. And then we're just gonna use these guys again. Finally a VTuber who likes metal. Zentrea likes metal. She's the only other VTuber I know that likes metal.
Master, I've discovered an enemy target. Normally fed, bulky intimidator. This enemy excels at using its improvised weapon to launch ranged attacks.
I'm sure there are others, but
Don't get hit.
I'm sure there are others, but I'm just struggling to think about them right now.
Perfectly lined up. Couple more.
And just shoot out, baby. There we go. I forgot about Zen! That's, I mean, I would say that's fair, but I love her so much. The idea of forgetting about her breaks my heart. Ayo. And let's do an anomaly drill as well. Just to get some stuff for Grace. And
Blow, blow, blow away your troubles. Perfectly lined up. Here we go.
Don't worry, everyone
all
will
right,
get their share.
there we go. Can never forget Zen. So true. I love Zen so much. I want to say the top 3 metal bands I recommend: Bring Me the Horizon, Gojira, and Yorna Shore. I love Gojira, and I used to really be into Bring Me the Horizon growing up. I don't think I've listened to Yorna Shore. They sound familiar. But I'm like trying to think. Basic material. Oh, interesting.
Ready for combat.
Alright, let's see.
I only
Let's
handle
get you
technical
leveled
matters.
up, babes. There we go. And
I only handle technical matters.
let's get her leveled up. Oh, I only can get 14. Okay, I need to get I joined the Discord? Oh, thank you so much. Do we have enough to do full pulls yet? I think so.
Is it work time? Is food included?
I think I do. Give me 1 second, I'll check. I'm trying to think what I need. Sorry, I'm trying to like process like what I need.
I only handle tech.
Is it work time?
Can I?
Is food included?
Okay, that's 16. Yeah, let's do combat simulation. Shit! Didn't mean to do that. We're gonna do another combat simulation because we need more level up. Do you play other Horrorverse games or just this one? Just this one right now. I've tried the other ones. I liked Star Rail, but I kind of got bored of it pretty quick. And I don't care much for Genshin at all. And I've never even tried Honkai. I don't even know where to start with Honkai, so...
Oh, more test subjects.
So, this one's really the only one I play right now. This is the only one that's battle system I've really enjoyed, honestly. All the other ones had battle systems that I was kind of like, whatever about. Yeah, I like Star Rail, but I literally just said I got bored of it pretty quick. I don't feel like Gore listens when I talk sometimes. Do it again. Yeah, I also really like the pairing in this game. It can be a lot to take in if you play all of them. That's so true, yeah. But my thing is, like, I love gachas, but I like gachas that make it easy to, like, get enough for pulls so I don't feel like I have to spend money. And I feel like Genshin is definitely not one of those. Which is partially why, like, I just don't care much for Genshin. And then Star Rail is fun, but like I said, I just kind of... I found myself getting kind of bored with it. Relatively quickly, so... This one kind of plays the same, like, on repeat, but I at least, like, feel like I know what I'm doing, you know what I mean? Alright. I feel like Genshin is the most predatory. Oh, by far. By far.
I only handle technical.
Is it work time? Is food included?
There you go.
Sokaku, ready!
We're upping our internet level pretty quick, though.
I only handle technical matters.
Yeah, pretty much, Gore. I'm trying to save my stuff. Alright, let's see. Do I have enough to pull? I do not. Great, that's fucking 7. I can do a 10 pull here, though, so... I guess we'll do that. I don't think we're gonna get anything good from this. We never do, but... Yeah, see. All balls, no people. All balls, no tank. We're getting all balls, no sack. So many balls. I don't have enough sack for all these balls. See, and that's my thing, is Genshin doesn't even have a whole lot of characters that I like. They have like one. Free training, specialized combat drills. Alright, let's just get in it. Because I know once we get to level 30 in the Innernaut, we get a bunch of stuff that we can do pulls with. So. Alright, nothing good, because these are the fucking bare bones pulls. And I don't ever get anything good from them. Wow, 2 A's, and I guarantee you they're just gonna be balls. Yippee! Fossil ball? Alright. Chomper ball. Who the fuck does fossil ball belong to? Who's old? Let's see. 2 basic master tapes. Alright, let's get in here. Yeah, we're still in chapter 1. Let's get out of chapter 1, maybe. Getting level 30 took me a couple days, but probably because I didn't grind. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now, is grind. I'm at 13 right now, I think. So, we're not super far off, but we're not super close either. Alright, they want me on trial use. That's fine. Anyone got some spare rolls? Oh, man. Fucking Texas Roadhouse rolls sounds so good. Alright, let's get in it.
And be here. I've got the last few signatures.
Oh yeah.
No, I should be thanking you. We were really at our wits' end.
It might take several hours. Yeah, well, I'm probably gonna stream for another 2 hours, so. Yeah, I know I don't have to use the trial characters, but I like to.
She's been gone a long time.
I mean, you could go get some, that's true.
Right. I hope she
I didn't think
run
about
into
that.
trouble. They may have gotten the drop on us, but we already have a solution. That voice. It's the proxy.
What's up, babe?
I see.
Slush and rolls? That sounds
So you
pretty good,
planned to stop the
honestly. Yeah,
demolition by blocking
I'd
the
like that, I
train,
think.
But you didn't expect to find a bunch of vision reinforcements. This means
We
vision
have
is at the point of no
garlic
return.
rolls in the
They'll do whatever it
fridge
takes to
too
stop the
that I never
residents from
use.
getting out.
They may not be good
But
anymore though.
the proxy's
They've been in
plan
there
to
for a
seize
couple
the
weeks.
train could work.
They've been in there for like
Man,
2 or
you've
3
heard our
weeks.
plan. Now we have something to
I don't know.
ask
How
of
long
you.
do like
We need
fridge
you to get all
rolls
the
stay good
residents
for
together
in
at
the
the
fridge?
platform
Like
nearby.
garlic knots. Do y'all know?
Don't worry, I'll tell them. When the time comes, they'll be there.
Oh, you want Roadhouse rolls? Okay.
By the way, there was an old Red Fang Gang base in the Hollow somewhere around here. Have you heard of it? You're still thinking about Nekomata's commission fee. Not true. This is Nekomata's important family heirloom, and maybe the residents here know something.
I meant to look up the ages of these characters with y'all. It's really funny.
Red Fang Gang.
Is that so?
I want to eat a ghost pepper. I do
Yes.
not.
Since they made their name on Canvas Street, everyone here is
Spring
related
rolls
to
sound
them
good
one
too,
way or
honestly.
another.
I've been wanting pho
In
lately.
the early days, they weren't what they are now. Back then, they took in lots of orphans, taught them to read and defend themselves. They often stood up for those in need. They said they'd protect this place forever.
Damn.
Unfortunately,
Stop talking about rolls.
And that silver boy changed.
How old is the
He
pink
looked
one?
down
She's like
on the
23.
slums and led the gang to do
I'll pull
some
up all the characters and their
awful
ages in a
things.
minute. Let me finish
As
this
things
quest line
got
and then we'll do it.
worse, many in the gang
I forgot to do it
couldn't
before I
stand
came. I
to
ran
see
back
what
in
had
here.
become. Many of them left the gang. Soon after, the Red Fang gang moved out of here. We don't want anything to do
Damn,
with the Red
Morrison's
Fang
running for that
gang.
VIP.
Silver fell into the hollow while being chased by public security. He only has himself to blame.
What did you say?
What's the matter, young lady? We want nothing to do with them. What's wrong with that?
No, not that. You said Silver fell into the hollow being chased by the pubsec? Wasn't he killed by the cunning hares?
Upsec?
About that.
Morrison does want to be my elite. I love that for her.
Little kitten. We wanted to tell you, but each time we're sorry. We were there.
So it wasn't you guys.
Nice rubber ducky core.
Don't worry, Nekomata. Even if public security hadn't intervened, he was no match for the cunning hares. Even though it was you who got it wrong, how about we give you a small anyway, let's put this
Oh well, the
aside
VIP redeem is relatively new. It's only been there for like a month, I think.
out of here.
I will be the first lesbian VIP. That's so funny. Hi, Crystal. How are you? All right, let's get moving. Okay, let's see.
Monitoring station here.
Direwolf?
The train is also nearby.
Okay.
To avoid alerting anyone, I found a secret way in.
Mm-hmm.
And here it is.
Got it. I'm actually great for once. I love that for you.
Let's get moving.
Sure. The Starlight Knight's here to punish the bad guys.
This path's blocked. We can't go this way.
Oh, right.
Let's take the secret way then.
Okay.
Try to sneak over to the monitoring station.
Not bad, Phaethon. You're so prepared.
Do I want to know why? I mean, you're more than welcome to tell me. I'm collecting so much money.
Valve status analog. The lock is not.
Yeah. I'm gonna pay it.
Well, what a pleasant surprise.
I left my old job. Oh, finally! Oh, congratulations. You're finally free. I hope you had another one ready. But, you see Go Zero perform at the Olympics? I did! It was amazing. Alright, we gotta board this train.
Everything's going according to plan.
According to Kaikaku.
The route seems to be going well.
Oops.
Guys, we're near the train. Our objective is simple.
Okay.
Take out the guards, seize the train, and head on out.
Got it. Fuck it up.
I think the pressure is getting to Anthony.
Playing a Roblox RPG, is it fun? It's kind of heat.
Not quite. I'm guessing she's
I now work 10-hour shifts instead of 13 plus. Hey, we'll take it.
must have learned it from another movie.
Enough with the soundtrack, Andy.
Only time I watched the Olympics and it was worth it. I used to watch the Olympics all the time. I kind of fell off lately though, but I'm usually just busy during the day.
How are preparations on your side?
Two hands are ready and waiting
Hands are ready and waiting.
for Hawks to
Well,
suck. I
you're
don't
as
know, man.
enthusiastic as ever. Don't get too overexcited.
I
though.
just need to stop
Just make
talking.
sure the mission is a success.
Level 36, hell yeah.
Then, let's go. We'll catch them off guard.
Alright, Ambi, let's fuck them up. I don't mind doing the trial characters. I think the trial characters are kind of fun.
Come on, let's make this quick. Take them down, get out of the hollow, and find the train. Billy, go do some repairs. Andy, fall back. What's this?
You rang?
Alright. Let's get out of here. Make everything a little better. I got a pay increase. Oh, yes! That makes everything so much better. Whoop!
Leave it to Billy. Let's clear him out.
You asked for it. The pleasure's all yours.
Feel the power of Starlight.
Feel the power of Starlight! The new cop character is really fun to use. Yeah, I did her trial earlier. It definitely does seem very fun. I got ghost pepper oil in my eye. Bro! What the fuck?
You heartless piece of garbage! Give it up!
Nekomata, take him with us. Anby and Billy have gone to the driver's compartment. Proxy, let the residents know to be waiting at the platform.
You plan to use the train to transport the residents? No way. Absolutely not. If they get out, they'll talk to the press. And Vision and I will be done for.
Yeah.
I don't care what it takes. Just stop this thing at once.
Warning. The planned route has been disconnected. Railroad damage from small explosives detected. Plan failed.
What?
Nicole, this isn't good! Something happened to the tracks!
No way!
Director Perlman, sir, don't worry. I've blown up the only railroad route leading to New Eridu.
Damn.
You can't get out.
Yeah, I'm sure it does hurt.
You fool! You were supposed to blow it up after we've evacuated. Look what you've done. Residents can't get out, but now neither can we.
Nicole, this isn't good. Enemy reinforcements have surrounded us.
Look at Billy's dumbass little run.
Damn it.
Take the pipsqueak. Let's pull back into the train first.
Come in, Director Perlman. Unknown intruders attacked near the train. We've suffered some losses, but rest assured, in terms of numbers and supplies, we maintain the advantage. The
I commit
intruders retreated
murders.
into the train. Please advise, should we begin an all-out assault?
I wish I was getting stepped on.
Director Perlman, requesting orders.
Don't storm in. I'm inside. These bastards.
I love that they let them cuss in this game.
From the cunning hands have me trapped in here. Stand down. Do you hear me? Stand down.
It's so funny.
If I'm harmed, the corporation will hold you all responsible.
This dude has his uses after all.
They won't make any sudden moves. But unfortunately, we can't go anywhere either.
Right. The tracks are gone. And even with the train, we can't get everyone out of the hollow now. Is it the end of the line?
No, baby, I'm smarter than this.
Hey! Now isn't the time to be laughing.
No, I wasn't laughing at you. I happened to find it. During the fighting. My family heirloom.
That's you with... Wait.
My brother's
Silver.
delayed pepper
From
spray me
the
in the
Red Fang
face.
Gang.
Ugh.
That's right. I lied to you. I'm not the Red Fang Gang's enemy, but one of the orphans who used to live near
Or are we
Curious
dancing?
Street that they adopted. The Red Fang Gang used to have ideals. They all wanted to protect their home, but as you've heard, eventually things got bad, and I broke away from the gang.
Girl, you're like 12.
They haven't been back since.
The fuck you know about breaking away from
No matter
gangs?
How disappointed I was in the Red Fang Gang. Silver took me in.
The Red Fang
Red
Gang.
Fang Gang was the closest I ever
Now
had
here's
to
the Fang
family.
Gang. The Red Fang Gang.
You led Silver into the hollow and killed him. I came into the dead-end hollow looking for revenge. But you're not exactly what I expected. Not only did you save the kid, you even stayed.
Oh, y'all enjoying your fishing? What are y'all catching? Anything good?
Hearing a Vision's plan. And now that I know Silver's death wasn't your fault, I have no reason to want revenge.
Nice yellow tang.
The
I
Red
also want to throw
Fang
this cat
Gang
out the
betrayed
window.
their
She's
promise
fucking
and abandoned
obnoxious.
the people they were supposed to protect. As a former member of the gang, I can't let that happen again. I've made up my mind. I'm gonna go negotiate with Vision. Don't worry. With Pearlman as a bargaining chip, plus my identity as a member of the Red Fang Gang,
All right, kid.
work out.
All right, get out of here, cat.
Miss Client! Nakamata! Hey, come back!
Nakamata, Envy, Billy, open the door!
Worse than Overwatch, Kiriko. Wait, what's wrong with Kiriko? I haven't played Overwatch. I know I can skip the dialogue, but I know a lot of people are watching this for the dialogue. Especially like whenever I upload these VODs to YouTube, a lot of people watch these for the dialogue, so I don't skip it on purpose.
Damn it.
Shh, listen. There are people talking outside.
There are a couple people in chat who are experiencing the dialogue for the first time too, so.
Now, I'm gonna take your boss with me on foot through the hollow to New Eridu to negotiate with your command center. At the same time, all your men, all of you, will stop blocking the residents and leave with me. So, if you don't want anything bad to happen to your boss, you better find him an anti-corruption device.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Hi, Berkey.
Nicole, everyone's counting on you.
All she does is make donuts and yap. Well, you know, it's the life of being a girl. That's all I do too.
Son of a... Getting through the door took too long. Nakamata and Pearlman have already gone
Hi, Cotton. How are you?
Barry, I need to know Nakamata's location.
Fuck the dialogue viewers. Damn.
Client location found. Based on her current route, she will be arriving at the hollow
I'm doing good.
So there's no way to stop her?
No way. We can't leave saving
Tim
the
Hortons
residents to
girlies working their
Nakamata
daily
alone.
9 to 5s, making donuts and coffee. Hell yeah.
Resort to something so underhanded. They won't be easy to deal with. But our plan with the train failed, so how are we gonna get the residents out? They don't have any aptitude for ether. Aww. If only there was a way to give corruption resistance to everyone at once. Maybe we can
Shake it up a bit.
Ever hear the saying, if the mountain can't come to us, we'll have to
Yeah, I
go
was gonna say, we have
to
Dunkin' Donuts out here. We don't have Tim Hortons.
I get it. Good idea. It could be dangerous, but it's the only way.
What do you mean?
I don't know this game, but I'm gonna watch you play it. It's the new Hoyerverse game. Quote unquote new. It's been out for like a month and a half, 2 months.
As the crow flies. It's getting through the dead-end hollow that takes so long. If we can shrink the hollow and gain access to the
I'm
exposed
Canadian. Yeah, I figured.
we can get the
I have a lot of
residents out
Canadian
one go.
viewers. It's very fascinating. I kind of love it though.
Yeah, then there's a chance. We're good at taking out ethereals.
But to reduce the size of the hollow, we'd have to eliminate approximately 3,000 of them.
Under certain
Why is she like the one girl you see in the airport and then never see again?
certain
That's so
giant
true.
individuals
Tim
can
Horton
reach
hears
within the equivalent of thousands of your standard ethereals.
So fucking true, honestly. Canada, rah!
You've probably guessed by now.
Y'all are so feral for Canada.
I mean the dead-end butcher.
That massive guy?
I'm in the PNW, which is the Canada of the USA. So true. I've always wanted to visit the PNW. It's on my list to do one day when my daughter's a little bigger.
Get to see Monica tomorrow night.
We certainly aren't a match for it alone.
But maybe we'll go
Don't
sooner.
forget, Vision left
She
quite
took
few
she was
weapons
really good
behind.
on our last road trip, so maybe we'll do it.
We could help ourselves.
Who is Tim and why is he Horton? Yeah, I want to know that too. Do you like living there? I know you just said you moved there recently, but do you like it?
We use the explosives to take out the dead-end butcher.
I got your joke. What do you mean?
It's like you said. A pretty crazy idea. But we don't have time
Gore
to
is
think
singing
about
the
it.
Canadian themes,
Let's
the
get to
Canadian
work.
theme song like he's Canadian. Like he's ever stepped foot in Canada. It's better than Texas for trans rights? Damn, I need to get the fuck out of Texas, man.
The new plan involves using Vision's
I hate it
explosives.
here.
All their stock should be in here.
Though, there's a possibility that I might get a job out here, and if that's the case, then I'm gonna have to stay.
Transport it with a vehicle.
Good idea.
I'll move to a nicer
Load
part
the
of
explosives
Texas,
onto the
but I'll
train.
probably have to stay here. Load the bombs onto the vehicle. How do I want to do this? There we go. Alright. There's one bomb. Go ahead and get... Alright. That's 2. I have no idea where Fisher Lake is. I'm gonna be so honest with you. There you go. You would think I'd be better at this by now, but I'm really not. Montreal is like a hotspot for trans healthcare. People come from all over the world to get surgeries here. That's really nice, honestly.
Biosignal detected.
What? Where is she?
The target is about to reach the hollow exit.
There she goes.
What's going on here? How did Director Perlman get tied up by a little girl?
I don't know. But she got hold of Commander Perlman, and the troops defending the blast area had to listen to her demands and pull out.
Stop your dog from eating your keyboard, please.
She says she wants to see the person in charge here, so Miss Sarah has stepped in to negotiate.
You're the person in charge? My request is simple. I'll return him to you as soon as Vision stops the demolition and gets the residents out.
Easy for you to say. If we do as you say, and it turns into a scandal, how are we supposed to explain things to the public? And who are you exactly? You aren't worried about negotiating with us on your own?
Oops. Forgot to introduce myself. I won't lie. I'm actually from the Red...
The Red Fang Gang?
That's right. I said I would negotiate. The remnant of the
Alright,
Red
let's
Fang
see.
Gang. And a subordinate of the late Miguel Silver, who took residents of the old
Hopping on those keys like gold fish crackers. That's wild. Dogs like anything. My dog ate my daughter's hairbrush for the second time. This is the second hairbrush he's eaten. Just the other day. And I'm so annoyed because I put it up on a counter and then my kitten knocked it off
How noble.
overnight. And so he chewed it up at night. And I was like, are you kidding me?
I don't belong anywhere anymore. So how about it? As long as you contact the media now.
Oh, I'm sure your little feathered freak does. Damn.
Don't worry, he's not dead. The syringe contains an experimental anesthetic. Let me give you some advice. Verify the value of your bargaining chip before you bring it to the table.
Damn!
Unfortunately, Mr. Perlman is not as useful to us as you might think.
Wildin'. It's always a coordinated heist with those fuckers.
Carry out the original plan.
You think the keyboard owed her money? Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, lure it to the target location. Leave the explosives train to us.
Got it. We'll get going then.
Alright, how's this gonna work? Okay, there they go. Bye, gang. Goodbye, gang.
Okay, let's get the train moving.
On it, brother. I think we're good.
We've got control of the train. I hope things go.
There's an artist I follow that draws like NSFW art, and tell me why the other day I was like just on Twitter minding my own business and she had drawn art of the siblings from this game fucking, and I was like, huh? I forgot she's into that shit. She also draws the twins from Genshin sometimes, so I'm like, oh, wow. She's lucky her art's really pretty.
So empty out here. Are we sure that big guy's really around?
Not sure about the big guy. Plenty of little guys, though.
Third word, what do you mean? Third word, what do you mean? Third word, what do you mean?
Huh? The beasties are running away.
Third word, what do you mean?
The monster?
The theme song.
What?
The bad guy's theme always plays before the final battle.
Don't worry, Ambi. I've mastered
Wincest, what is happening?
Win from the Starlight Knights. Gotta break the rules when fighting bad guys. Take them out in less than 10 seconds with a flying kick. They won't even have time to play their theme song.
Billy. Billy, god damn it.
My predictions were out predicted.
You big
twincest, I think.
Don't tell me this guy's a fan of the Starlight Knights too.
No, he's just a big old dude. Alright, gang.
This one won't go down easily. You know, I kind of regret this.
I skipped the dialogue, so they're just two characters as far as I know. I do my best not to skip dialogue. For my, dialogue lovers. Because I do have a lot of dialogue lovers. I also really love the animation in this game. Following an artist that does weird stuff that you ignore because their art is great is such a mood. Look, there's some artists that I just can't ignore that shit, but I love her art so much that I will ignore shit just for her. She's also drawn Pokemon on human art before. I just ignore it. Because whenever she draws the good shit... Are you even taking damage in this fight? Not really. I mean, I am taking some damage.
Locked on target.
Oh.
Don't worry, boss. I got this. Stand still.
Moving out.
Oh. I am taking damage. I'm just not taking a crazy amount of damage.
Hey, how you feeling?
There's definitely a balance there, yeah, on the weird to quality for real. Hell yeah, bitches! Yeah, I just hit all the blocks is what it is. But yeah, no, the green bars on the top are health.
Measuring airborne electrical charge.
Billy?
Fuck it up, Bill!
Critical voltage in 4, 3,
Hurry.
2, 1, 0.
Whoop!
Huh? Nothing's happening?
Yeah, his name's Billy.
Think of something, Foxy!
New countdown, 4, 3, 2, 1 now.
A new countdown. I got a dozen rolls. You what? Gore, that's too many rolls for just the three of us. Actually, I take that back. Bunny will probably eat 4 by herself. Might as well just call him William.
Then let me ask you. Winning the bid at such a low cost and
Bunny might eat 4 by herself, so never mind.
is the construction project really that important to Vision?
That's not something you need concern yourself with.
A dozen rolls was $5? In this economy? That's insane. We need to be doing this more often. What the fuck?
I think that's enough chit chat. It's time.
Yo, we went for a double date.
This
2 days ago. I need you to know, Bunny ate at this dinner date. She ate calamari. She'd never had calamari before. She had fried calamari, fried onions, a piece of our friend's salmon, some of his broccoli, had some of Gore's barbecue chicken pizza, had some of my black truffle pizza, her water, and we were like, okay, that should be enough, right? Like, that's 7 different foods. That should be enough, right? 7 different foods. That should be enough for a 1.5-year-old, right? Then we go to the mall to walk off all that food, and she gets a strawberry lemonade and pretzel bites. and eats all of that. And then we get home and she eats Oreos. And I'm like, what the fuck? What? She's 17 pounds. She's a black hole. The food goes in her mouth and then vanishes before it hits her stomach, I think. It's crazy how much this child eats. She ate a whole packet of seaweed today.
I deeply regret the loss of any non-existent residents in the blast zone.
Like, she ate a whole thing of seaweed today.
Everything we do is for our vision. Goodbye.
It's crazy how much this tiny child eats.
Miss Sarah, reports show a successful blast.
Good.
Wait, look! That tunnel leading out of the hollow. Someone's coming out!
She is exploring her palette and living her best life. But it's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. She eats everything. She loves everything. We have not found a food she doesn't like. It's crazy how much she eats.
Oh, so you were able to get out of the blast zone? I'm impressed. Do you really think you can expose us? Don't forget, everyone here belongs to us.
Not if I behead you.
On my order, open fire.
What? How could she? She's serious!
The cops are here. Oh yeah, she's gonna be hella picky in like another year or so. I already know it.
A shocking scandal is developing around the Vision Corporation. After receiving a tip-off,
Yeah, I know for a fact she's gonna be so picky later on, so I'm enjoying it now. But she eats everything, man.
Public security forces are currently cordoning off the scene and
Question, what's that NSFW artist's name on Twitter? It's Nyancha. It's Nyancha. You don't know who that woman in the red suit is? The woman that just called a hit on a bunch of innocent civilians? That's direct to Sarah. Oh, gang! Billabog's here. Sup, gang?
They brought the media. We've lost control of the area.
I knew Vision wouldn't give up easily, so I contacted Bellabog as we got out of the hollow. As expected of a competitor, they got here real fast.
Man, Bellabog got out quick.
What should we do? Director Sarah? Where are you?
Reporting.
Girl dipped.
All suspects have surrendered. No casualties among the residents.
The public security says we're safe.
I have a feeling she's the bad guy. You'd be correct. Since you're exposing her to a bunch of different foods and flavors, shouldn't she be used to most of them as she ages? Yeah, it's just kind of a joke that, like, oftentimes when little ones eat everything and are exposed to everything, sometimes that when they get a little older, like 5 or 6, they go through a phase for like a year or two where they want nothing but like bland foods. Nobody really knows why that is, but usually after they exit out of that phase, they're back to eating everything. So I'm not really worried about it. It just means that probably around 5, 6-ish, she'll probably have a year or so where she just doesn't want anything that's like not chicken nuggets and mac and cheese, and that's a normal kid thing, and I'm okay with it. It is what it is. But that means that once she is older than that and she ages out of it, she should be better with foods of a bunch of different textures. Yeah, it's like flavor overstimulation, exactly. It's like they're so used to so much flavor that they want nothing but bland food for like a year. She loves spicy food though, which is crazy because when I was pregnant with her, I wanted spicy food and I don't like spicy food. I don't like spicy food at all, but I only wanted Hispanic spicy food. Like I wanted enchiladas and it had to have a kick to it. Like it was crazy. I was like, I don't know why that is. But she's that way now too. Like her eyes will be watering. The food is so fucking spicy. And she'll still just keep shoving it in her mouth. And I'm like, girl, take a break. Girl, take a break. Oh, you're already following them? Yeah, I love them. I don't care. She's a bad guy. I want her.
I heard they'll get our details soon, and we'll be taken to the station to give statements.
It's you! What are you doing?
I was going to ask what you're doing, sneaking around alone. Didn't you hear the announcement?
Oh, chicken
Requesting
nugget
everyone to the
cleanse.
station
I
to
think
make
we
a
all need
statement?
that once in a while.
Everything has been dealt with, so I'm not needed anymore.
No way. You are an important witness who can prove Vision is guilty. And then, there's the cunning hares.
I'm the one who tried to get you killed, right?
You've still...
Huh? My share? What share?
Nuggets are good,
Share
yeah.
for dinner, of course. Didn't we say, once we are done with the commission, We'll go out for dinner. You said you didn't want to go to the Starlight Night restaurant, so Billy won't pay for us. And Nicole says she wants a decent meal, so we'll have to split the bill.
Wait a second. You guys said you treated me like a generous client. Why do I have
1.5-year-old handles spicy better than me. Me too, dude. I start eating something and it's spicy and I'm like, I don't want this anymore.
Then consider this a formal invitation. Would you like to come to dinner with us?
And my daughter's like, yay! Like, full tears, snot, and everything, but she's just chowing down. And then just a big old smile the whole time. And I'm like, okay.
The proxy siblings are coming too! And it's all you can eat!
That's right. All the mackerel you can get your paws
Why'd you pronounce mackerel like that? Mackerel?
unlimited mackerel? Then I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, she's feral. But part of me is hoping my next pregnancy I'll crave sweet things. Not that I didn't love all the savory food I ate when I was pregnant, but also, like, girlfriend. The fact that the only food I could eat and not puke when I was early in my pregnancy was Japanese chicken curry. It's crazy. That's a crazy thing. To eat that at my job, at school, every single day. And my coworkers are like, why do you eat the same meal every day? I'm like, because it's the only meal I won't throw up! We can do curry again soon. We haven't done it in a while, so we can do it soon.
Knows where it actually came from. Apparently, Silver received a commission from a mysterious client.
Yeah, we can do curry soon.
Go to the Institute and get the strongbox. But Silver didn't give the gang all the details, like how or to whom they were going to hand over the box. So, nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Did I hear you right? No one knows where it
Yeah,
came
maybe this
from?
upcoming week. Yeah, I can schedule that.
Nobody knows the details?
We'll have to go to 2 stores. We can't just go to the one store that we usually go to.
If you keep phoning it in like this, Nicole, we'll have to reconsider your investigation.
Because we'll have to go get all the curry ingredients, and we have to get those at, like, Walmart or whatever, not where we usually shop.
I admit, I've been busy with the lawsuit against Vision and pushed back your commission a little. But that strongbox is really hard to look into. And I want to help those poor old...
Thanks for the guilt trip, Nicole.
Damn.
We'll let you off the hook this time. That reminds me. What happened to Nekomata? I haven't seen her since that day.
Ah, that little kitten. About that...
She's in a
So
sewer.
She's still left.
Meow, meow, meow. Cat attack! Come grab one. This one's for Wise, and this one's for Belle.
How did our parents come with the name, like, oh, we're having a girl, we're gonna name her Belle, this is gonna be so great. Oh, there's a boy in here too. I don't fucking know. Give him the name Wise, whatever. Like, what happened there? Oh, group photo. Oh, look at that. They gave her a little bit of chub on her tummy. Look at that. Nicole's got a little bit of belly tub. Oh, and Billy's doing the little hearts. Look at that. I love seeing a little bit of fat on a belly. I love that for us.
What's wrong? You two look like someone just stole your favorite mackerel.
Nicole, playing on our heartstrings is a bit much. Don't even think about using the commission fee to cover.
Well said, Wise.
Get the money, Nicole!
Let me formally...
I'm Neko Miyamada, but you can call me Nekomata. I work for the Cunning Hares.
Neko Miyamana. Wow. Look at all that shit I got. And still not enough for me to even do a 10 roll. Fucking someone come in my butt. No good for me, gang. Oh, look at that. We can get 2 there. That's 7, 8, 9. Can we get 1 more for a 10? Hey, we got a 10er. We're not gonna win this. I put all this time in to not get an S rank. Watch it happen. Let's see, what the fuck did I just say? Oh my god.
Pleasure to work with you, Proxy.
Proxy! Hi, Nicole. Pink ball. Yellow ball. Okay, you can- Okay! Put that fucking fuck toy away! Damn! Jesus. We got another bear. I'm cooking pork belly. No, you're good, you're good, you're good. Enjoy your pork belly. I haven't had pork belly in a really long time. Not since I was a kid. What a bummer. Well, that was a 10 roll that fucking did not pan out.
I only handle technical matters.
Time for some hard labor?
Alright. Well, enjoy your second phase. And enjoy your what? Third phase? Second phase, okay. I could have sworn I pulled her more than twice, but I guess not. Might as well promote her while I'm thinking about it. Get her up with everybody else. You can get another pull from the store now.
Nothing to fear.
Maybe.
The are here.
Maybe I can. Also, you use a drill, so I think this one's yours. Yeah, I think that one's yours. I'm correct. Nice. Love that for me. Yeah, I was like, I don't know, you use a drill. Ben is also a solid starter. Is he really?
It's our turn, bro.
Damn.
How can I help?
Let's see. I don't have any of the tank stuff. I'll have to get some.
Time for some hard labor?
Get another pull from the store. I wish. 1600 polychrome. I got 7 of these bitches. Grab another one of these. Physical chips. Most tier lists rank him in S or A tier, and most place him firmly in S if he's paired with his redhead kid boss. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I think I need to get to...
I only handle tech.
So Kaku, ready! Is it work?
I only handle technical matters.
Yeah, I think I need to get to, I think I need to rank up. I don't know. We'll just do the best we can. Alright, I'm not reading all of this. I'm not reading all this. Alright, I gotta go put that on my photo wall. In the bedroom. Oh shit, oh shit, fuck. Alright, memory board. I am not having a... Find a spot you like? Alright, it's gonna go up here in that corner. There we go. Fantastic. Save. I'm on the final boss? Hell yeah. Alright, let's get some rest. I need to level up, so... Man, scandals, scandals, scandals. Alright. It's a new day. We gotta put our eggs in multiple baskets. Oh, Shark Girl. She's got a cowgirl in her class, and nobody's talked about her? What kind of videotape you're looking for? Not Hetty being lesbian for Ellen. Yeah, there's a cowgirl right here, and everybody's just talking about Ellen? Whatever, man. Because Shark Girl is cruel or bullshit. Alright. How are we doing, gang? The schedule has been updated. With what? With what? Alright. Intermission. Bonk the shark on the nose. I'm about to. Being rude to my employee like that. How's she gonna be rude to my employee and not expect to get shark bonked on the nose? Oh, there she is again. Look at that cowgirl. Look at her. Look at her. Oh, look at her little ears. Oh, her little cow ears. Oh. Oh. Ellen, fuck off! I'm trying to look at the fucking cowgirl. She's adorable. I heard there's new monsters. Which new monsters are they? Ooh, agent skill. Rigidity, heating, icing. Okay. What do I need? Rigidity. I do use icing a lot. I'll use an ether battery. What about her being... What about it? I know. I'm not saying she's hot. I'm saying she's cute. Oh, you're talking a third word. Yeah, third word. That bitch is 17. I can't hear the wiki page. La 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 la. Sorry, the I can't hear the wiki page is the funniest fucking shit.
My bullets never lose sight of their target.
Hey, you wanna play with me?
Whoop!
Blow, blow, blow away your troubles!
Easy target. Perfect.
About to get hit. Commence demolition!
Oh.
If you believe in Jesus hard enough, it makes her 18. That's not how that works at all! Hi, Nick. It's going good. The game's fun. We're having a good time. Chat's getting weird with the teenagers.
Ready for combat.
Oh, that's an active skill. Fascinating. I don't want to use it for her though. I want to use it for her.
I only handle technical matters.
Basic attack. That dodge up. I'm just gonna level up all of it to the best of my ability. Have you found the future husbando? No. We've had no luck. Our rolls today have not been good, unfortunately. Oh, there's a dog in here with me now. Hey, bud. Oh, shit. Man, you really did go and get the whole package, huh? Thank you. 6 fucking rolls. I thank you for the literal piling plate of rolls. Oh, you're gonna feed him dinner while you're in here? Where's the baby? Aw. In her car seat, yeah. Pass the fuck out. Yeah, Gord just came in here and just handed me a big ass plate of rolls, so you know.
I only handle technical matters.
Is what it is. Oh, they're warm too. I pet the doggo. I will later. He's eating right now. But I will later for sure. Nice. Aw, I would tell him that you said hi, but he just stepped out. What do I get? Oh, more batteries. Nice. I'm sorry. What a dickhead, honestly. Do you want any of the butter? No, I'm good, thank you. It's good that you have your own maid to bring you food. It's real nice. It is real nice. I'll be honest with you. How's Persona 5? Pretty good. Pretty good. I have not pulled any of the characters that I want, but you know. How you doing, Ducky? Okay. Alright, I finally have a fucking thing to do. I think it's just the area. Fantasy manager, could you recommend me something fantasy with aliens? Fantasy with aliens? Yeah, there you go. Reminds me of the essay topic I'm writing, which gacha and games should not be allowed in children's games. Oh no, I agree. Really? I'm not handing out flyers with you. Alright. Cool, we got somebody else, another girl to promote the video store. Hello, ma'am? Damn, you are tall as fucking shit. Anyways. Yeah, what kind of fantasy with aliens? That's a good fucking question. Alright, we got a combat mission to do.
Ready for combat.
Let's replace Ambi.
I only handle technical matters.
Okay. Yeah, that should be fine. You barely hear my voice. What? I feel like I'm loud as hell. The prices of in-game purchases does not affect their rating. Interesting.
Dangerous
The more you
target
know.
detected. Autonomous support unit, Guardian.
Okay.
Hey, bitch, don't shoot me. That's really fucked up of you. That's really fucked up of you. What about Belgium? Sorry, I can't read chat while I do this.
Blow, blow, blow away your troubles!
Starlight never dies!
Oh, outright banning? I don't know what it is, but I have to put the volume at max. That's so weird. That's so weird. I'll have to figure that out. I wonder if that will make a crossover. God, I hope not. That just sounds like too much. You know what I mean? Alright, let's see. Noise. 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 And, noise. Maybe it's a problem on my end? Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to say that it is for sure, because, like, I have no idea. Alright, let's get through this and call it a day. Take a break. Into the Hoyoverse. Why said he might want to talk tonight. Go find him. Why is my brother trying to talk to me in the middle of the night? Bro, what if I want to sleep? Have you considered? Alright, what's going on outside? Like Mortal Kombat? Avert your eyes. Officer Mew Mew. Oh, it's public security, okay. Alright, well. I just wanna roll! I just wanna get shit to roll with. Please, God. Wild Bang Boo. There's these bitches come in the wild? Okay. Yeah, MiHoYo players are fighting for their life. Not at all, fair. Anyways. Oh, completing a project earns you rewards. Thank you? Oh my god. Securities work. Oh, fascinating. Each city block has a Mew Mew's challenge. Complete the challenge. Okay. That's cool, I guess. fuck? You thought they would have already made Genshin 2? Electric Boogaloo? MiHoYo Mario Kart! Yeah, I want to see all these bitches in cars. That match their personalities and everything. I want to see it. Alright, we need to... that makes sense. Alright. One of the requirements is reaching certain levels. You can get it by completing story commissions, completing battles, exploration of city commissions, challenges, and other game mode models that become available later. You have to get observation data, which you can get through story. Alright. Okay, I see. Internaut. Oh yeah, I want a Lego MiHoYo game. Alright. Oh, help requests. Okay. Missing merchants. I'm on it. Alright. You got a job. MiHoYo's Souls-like would be so funny. Alright, we're gonna add those to my schedule. Bang on. Man, we about to be busy as fuck, gang. A Tetris game? I want to play Goro playing Tetris. Dag and Robma, they're all killing each other. That'd be a little funny. What's the physical and fire? I got physical. Alright, y'all. Wuthering Waves. That's what I've heard. I'm eating my rolls while I do this, by the way, so... Alright. It looks like a junkyard. Alright, let's see. Garbage is getting carried downwards. Let's go a little deeper. Alright. Alright, danger signal. That's completely fine. I don't mind fighting. Unless it never hits. They just keep moving the trash. Interesting. Alright, let's go look. Interesting. See if we can get down there. Okay. Stop chasing me! Right. Let me in! Being trapped in an illegal dump site, what a nightmare. Sure is, bud. Shrek Super Slam is wild. Oh, Jesus. Oh, wait. We don't want to do that until we have everything. Okay, we're gonna have to fight this guy then. That's fine. Oh! Let's get him. Imagine being a human in this universe getting the shit beat out of you. By a fucking whole ass Oni child. Like, what are you gonna do about it? And up. And woo-wee! Hop. There we go. There's a small but thriving Shrek Super Slam community. I've never actually played Shrek Super Slam. I'm gonna be so honest with y'all. I don't think I've even heard of it. Like, I hate to be that person. I don't think I've heard of it. Like, genuinely. I mean, I can tell it's a Shrek fighting game. But, like... I can tell, just from the name of it, Super Slam, that Shrek is getting slammed, and I doubt it's in a sexual way. But that doesn't mean that I know what it is. Alright. Like, half the characters aren't even Shrek characters. What the fuck's the point? Alright. Oh, I have to help clear the trash? This is my job now? Alright, I see how it is. Alright, puzzle time, baby! I'm not good at puzzles! Nobody forget that! I mean, I'm making this work, so... Probably isn't the fastest way I could have done this, but... Alright. Oh, shit. You can push the construction waste down the hole? Oh, I have to go back. I got it. Okay. I didn't realize I had to go back. I thought I could go down the hole too. Sorry. The sex haver in me. I see a hole. I think it's for me. You wouldn't understand because you don't have sex. Not like I do.
Let's clear him out.
Initial impulse. A couple more.
Alright, there we go. The sex haver in you is a wild sentence. Look. When you have sex, you can't just deny that part of yourself, you know? Exactly. I'm the ultimate breeder. I see a hole, it's gotta be filled. They should hire me for the government to start filling holes in the road. I don't think you're gonna like what I fill it with, but hey, the hole's getting filled, baby. Hey, Jobert. Hey, need help? Dimensional Musketeer? It's currently out of stock. The original version is way better. Sounds like you know from personal experience. Alright, really? Alright, well. With what? Plaster? I mean, you know, whatever. Whatever I can get my, little beautiful hands on. Alright, we're 17. We're almost to 20, gang. Yeah, exactly. There wasn't a topic. I'm always on topic. Oh my god. Hey, little dude. What's happening? Alright, they're in an argument. Focus on kicking the ball. Keep your voice down. No, I can't. Let me demonstrate. Alright, we're teaching them how to play soccer, I think. Oh. Kick the ball to the target. Got it. There you go. We did it! That was amazing. Hell yeah, it was amazing. Huh? What's being said in chat right now? I mean, I'm fucking down, but like, what? What? Yeah, alright. We got some combat shit to do. Is this the World Cup? Hell yeah, baby. There's so many nice people on 6th Street, are there? Nobody's been mean to you? Alright, well. As long as nobody's been mean to you, I guess. Hey, Hal. Oh, did I already do my scratch card today? Yeah, I did. Thanks, bud. A futa lover? Hell yeah. I really want to find a trash can and hide away in it? What happened? It's not that bad, bro. Heard a weird voice coming from a trash can. Find the talking trash can. Yeah. I think it's this one. Someone told me. Sage in a barrel? Okay. What's happening? I have no idea. I'm talking to a trash can. There you go. Thanks. Hello? Oh my god, the boobs on this woman. Hello? Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go. I can't be like this all the time. There's something wrong with me. What about trans women? I know trans women. I love them. They're great. Futa is peak. I agree. Honestly. Give her a smile. Yeah, everybody just ends up confused when they show up. That's just kind of life here. Oh, it's time for me to go home. Shit. That is so true. Trans women really do be adding to the female population, and it is a very noble cause. Someone's knocking at the door. Why? Hello? What's up, Shepard? Go on, then. I got some side quests to do.
Sorry to barge in like this, but it's urgent. Extremely urgent. And frankly, explosive, so I'm going to keep this short. Hey, can I get a cup of tea?
Absolutely not. Fucking Barney.
You're asking a lot. Best I can do is tap water.
Oh, don't I always bring you quality commissions? What's wrong with showing me a little comfort?
Shut up, Barney the big red dinosaur.
It's simple. Routine investigations are back on in Hollow Zero.
What?
Uh-huh. You heard right. And this time the association seems to be waging a protracted war, dragging out multiple operations over an extended period of time.
I have no idea what they're talking about.
News, I immediately thought of my favorite. I'm guessing you'll want to join in on the investigations. So I've used some. Just finish a test commission.
Elderly, you gotta go to bed.
And you'll receive credentials to be contracted.
Valuable news indeed. Worth at least a cup of tea.
Alright.
Right, you shouldn't make important decisions late at night. Think it over carefully. When you've made up your mind, just go to Scott Outpost to complete the commission. I'll be going then.
I just realized I've been calling this dumbass Barney, and y'all can't even see what it looks like. Alright, come on, get me through it. God, sometimes this game feels like I'm being edged. Like, just fucking let me in. Alright, yeah. Go downstairs and discuss the— oh, okay. Sorry, I got an email and I got really scared. I've commissioned a couple of Japanese artists for a couple of different projects. And because they're on a completely different time zone than me, naturally, being in Japan, I never know when I'm gonna get emails from them. So I was like, I got an email, what the fuck is that? It wasn't anything important.
A Hollow Zero.
Yeah, Ducky just texts me sometimes and I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Oh.
Challenge accepted. Searching the hollow.
Nobody is challenging you to find out.
Query complete.
Oh, I could do auto.
Hollow Zero
Damn.
is a code name for the oldest.
Is Zero still in Zone Zenless? Yeah.
In all of New Eridu.
Zero is my patience for trying to get what I need to start rolling.
Are derived from Hollow Zero's companion hollows. Hollow Zero is
Teaches who I give my 3 AM thoughts to, free of charge. Same, but vice versa.
New Eridu regularly schedules capable agents to conduct research, investigate, track, and suppress Hollow Zero's development.
I'm checking my email while this is
Speculation.
going on in the background.
Master intends to investigate Hollow Zero in order to save New Eridu.
Damn.
I'm sorry, but that's the wrong answer, Fairy.
Requesting information. Please tell me your motive for investigating so I may assist your participation.
Okay, but you have to tell me about your motive and agreement first.
Yeah, Ducky realized how similar we were immediately, I think.
How is it provoking? Bill just wants to make sure we're being honest with each other.
My apologies. I am not
Ducky and I realized very quickly.
about my agreement and motive.
We met, and then Ducky was like, "Oh shit, we're the same person in 2 different bodies."
I'm sorry.
And
We
that
can't
was
tell you
that.
our exact motives for investigating Hollow Zero.
We are
should
2 sides of the
realize,
same
Fairy,
coin. That's so
the
true.
rewards in there are very
You were so
valuable
young when we met, though. That makes
The
me
place
sound
where
like
my
a creep.
sister and I grew up is in
Ducky
the
was
old
a
capital.
legal adult when we met. She was just younger than me.
So, we have things we want to investigate in Hollow Zero. That's all.
I would like to rephrase that.
Wise, didn't you just
Ducky was a legal adult when we met. However,
Consider it a token of our
I
sincerity.
was more of a legal adult.
Since we've made up our minds, let's do as Shepard said and go to the Scott outpost in Hollow Zero.
No howevers! Look. I'm really tired. I've had a weird day. I don't know what I'm saying. What the fuck? Y'all can't see that. Look at this woman. Good God. I just look, I don't... I'll give it a shot. Alright, we're gonna grind. Alright. We're gonna grind to get my Intronaut level up as quick as possible. But I guess first we have to do story. Coochie fries. Oh, I love coochie fries. Look. Look, I'm so sleepy. And it's making me come off as if, like, I'm a groomer, and I'm not. Who is she? Hello? Oh, please be a playable character one day. Please be a playable character. What do you sound like? Why don't you get an animated... Why don't you get an animated section? Coochie fries with a labia sauce? See, I prefer mine without the labia sauce, personally. But that's just me. Bum, 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 bum. Alright. We gotta pass the qualification assessment. Alright. Alright. Got it. Okay. One agent will be assigned as the leader of a squad. Powerful agent is the leader. Got it. So we're gonna have her go first.
Standing by.
We're gonna have her backed up.
Is it work?
I have 2 guns, so double.
Ready for combat. So Kaku, okay, here we go.
Let's go. That period after sorry speaks volumes. Labia sauce? Yeah, you know. It's kind of like mayo, but like not really. Maybe cottage cheese. I don't know.
Hello?
Maybe I shouldn't.
Testing. All good on your end, Bell?
Maybe I shouldn't.
The HDD system's comms link and the diagnostics criteria are all fine.
Hey, Ducky.
At least we know our equipment is up to the challenge. So we just need to cooperate with.
You know, yeah, we're going from cock butter to labia sauce. Exactly. Gore, I'm embarrassed to admit I ate 4 of these fucking rolls. Maybe don't say these guys. You started it!
Investigator in charge of this operation. You may refer to me as the
You started it!
Refrain from using
Good night, elderly. Thank you for coming. It was nice to meet you.
during operations. I'm sure you're already familiar with all these rules. Still, I'd like to remind you that the difference between Hollow Zero and other Hollows isn't just its
Ducky, you
size.
fucking started it.
If you underestimate the threats of Hollow Zero,
You fucking started it. I don't know why it's my fault when you fucking started
you'll
it.
pay a painful price. After all, the association is not obliged to purchase personal insurance for outsourced personnel. Of course.
What do you mean cottage cheese is elite? No, it's not.
Rizonia to assist candidates.
Does your shit not look like cottage cheese sometimes?
Special traits provided by Rizonia to enhance your
Do I need to go
staff
see a
combat
doctor?
capabilities. Off you go. I'll judge your performance fairly.
Commission start.
Am I okay?
Clear qualification assessment. Edge. Resonium, an ether derivative. Collecting Resonia of the same kind can further enhance a specific ability. The number of Resonia you own of the same category is shown here. Press here to check the detailed effects of the Please press collecting and choosing suitable
Peach, I do not think cottage cheese should ever be a texture you should describe coochie sauce as, but I...
With that, you should have a rough idea.
Yeah, macaroni in a
before
pot.
considering Resonia.
Exactly.
But the assessment has only just begun.
Mine looks like sad spilled almond milk. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, y'all don't put cottage cheese in your mac? Did I ever tell you about that time I made mac and cheese? With applesauce instead of water. Or apple juice instead of water. I don't know how y'all feel about sweet mac and cheese, but... What do you mean you don't like it? It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Oh god. Oh god.
That's right. So Kaku's here.
I love that little TV. Let's get it. We'll do position 1.
Backup squad members can enter
He steals psychic damage to reviewers every stream. I do not. I do no such thing. Why does it look like Roblox gacha games? What the hell are you talking about, Becky? Petra be psychic water type? What does that mean? Because I get the pussy wet by just thinking about it? Is that why?
I'm here.
Is that why? Ducky plays a lot more Roblox than I do. I only play Roblox on stream. Bye, Cotton. Thanks for coming. No, you deal psychic damage and keep talking about pussy juice bro job? Damn. Dark type with how foul her mouth is. That's the truest. Yeah. Dark fire, because she's got that burning desire. Hell yeah, I do, baby.
Perfect timing. Yeah. A couple more.
All right. There we go. Good night, Ducky. Good luck. Enjoy your homework. Oh god. Taking more damage than I meant to.
Wait. 1 signal indicates some activity. 2, significant activity. 3 is an intense reading. And 4...
4 means we're fucked!
What's going on?
Sorry.
No way. That's impossible.
There's 100 of these bitches! We're so boned! It's a sexy lady!
Damn it. It's her.
That is a sexy lady. Wow, look at that. Oh yeah, that is a sexy lady. What do you mean I just need to do ASMR videos? What does that mean? Ah, shit! Samurai dog! What the fuck? Samurai dog! Samurai dog? I want samurai dog. How do I get samurai dog?
Chief, remember to keep a safe
Is that a man? Is that a woman?
There's no way we can catch up with the chief when she sprints.
I don't
like
even
that.
care. I'm fucking him.
This uniform. Are you
Sorry.
from hand? Oh, not only
Not Wood, because I think she is also a child.
Hollow Special Operations Section 6. We're carrying out an emergency response mission. An extremely dangerous
The dog is
vehicle
also a
has
child.
appeared in this
I
area.
believe she's the same age, or if not like a year older than the blue Oni, because I think they're from the same group.
Point. I need you to support this operation as a mobile tactical unit. This is an official mobilization order from
She looks like she works a 9 to 5. So true.
Operations Section 6.
My titties are spilling out of this fucking corset. What the hell? Yeah, I see the mask on her arm. They have the same. They work with Onis.
I've never seen anything like it. We have to get everyone out of here now, Belle.
Due to unforeseen circumstances, our original mission
Oh, her
has been
tits hurt.
Our new objective is to assist Hollow Special Operations.
The Institute's navigational bamboo. I need it to keep guiding us in the upcoming operation. Any objections?
Zenless Zone Zero is going online. Hey, Jimmel.
Our target has deviated from the expected route, and we need a bamboo carrying carrot data to navigate. This is an emergency requisition.
But please be assured.
No, that's a man.
We'll compensate you for any
Absolutely.
damage
I'm pegging that dude. He's the bottom.
Seriously, we're going in expecting damage?
There's my girl. There's my girl.
No doubt about this little fellow's navigational capabilities, but the possibility.
Oh, did you enjoy it, Jimmel? We watched it last night.
Wasn't included in the
Don't say anything spoiler related, just in case, because people may not have watched it in chat. But I did watch it last night.
Go to you for now. It should be fine.
Yeah, that corset was like digging right into her fucking,
Fine.
How come she just went
the
with it?
fucking soloplex. It was a very fun movie, yeah.
Or we'll get caught. After all, they don't know that this navigational bamboo is remotely controlled. The HSO agents are the best of the best. Besides, assisting them is our only
Is it okay that I
option.
made fishing a little smaller for?
At any
Does
rate,
that bother y'all?
acting as a navigational bamboo or
It was
not,
just taking up a lot of
our
space on the
task
screen
remains the
earlier.
same. We just need to lead their team in the right direction.
Damn, I only got an A. Oh, I didn't finish it within 120 seconds. I'm a pussy. Alright.
We'll need to assist the HSO task force through the following battles. I guess that gigantic ethereal over there is the HSO's target.
Yeah.
Master, the ether activity of this area has reached an
All-time
all-time
peak.
peak. I suggest you complete the operation and clear the area immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
Unsurprisingly, investigating Hollow Zero is no easy feat.
Ow.
Villains beware!
Give me my boy. Ow. Codename 777. Pull it! Nice.
Encrypted area data extracted. Retrieved number 7.
I don't know what I'm pulling. Pull it! Bet.
Encrypted area data part 2 extracted. Retrieved number.
I know, I love playing gacha in my gacha. It's so much fun. And pull it, baby!
Encrypted area data part 3 extracted. Retrieved number 7.
Pull it one more time! Wah!
Encrypted area data part 4 extracted. Retrieved number 7.
Hell yeah, babes.
Data collection complete. Retrieved password 7777. Supplies unlocked.
Oh yeah, so much money, baby. Oh yeah. I'm nutting, dude. We're fucking killing it. Kill that fucker. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta play with some gacha in your gacha, you know?
I can also become an Asura!
Alright, we're booking it. Watch out, gang. God, the dubstep. Jesus.
Maintain combat formation. The target is close.
I hope the chief dealt with the problem already.
Will we get roasted snacks if we take down tons of Ethereals?
Oh, fuck yeah, we get snacks? I want snacks. Hop. Got it. I say I want snacks. I just ate 4 fucking rolls. So God knows, I definitely feel a little bit like a fat ass. We got rolls from Texas Roadhouse. They're honey butter rolls. Ooh. Ew. Bunny ate a whole roll on her own. I believe that. She's that feral. I believe that. Merlin just finished his dinner too.
Where is she? She's over there.
She's booking it, gang. God damn! God damn! Jesus Christ, woman. Yeah, thunderclap and flash for real, for real. About to thunderclap my ass. She's impressive. God damn. She actually kill it? Nope. Dog girls stay winning for real.
I saw the chief. She's there.
Yeah, dog girls stay winning for real, for real.
She managed to repel such a huge ethereal all on her own with nothing but Colt's.
She said first form.
Isn't included in HSO's job description, right?
Miyabi, status report. Are you alright? Not quite. It was a clean slash. It should have struck the ethereal instantly. Like a wooden mallet hitting a porcelain vase.
Sure.
But it felt cumbersome. More like dragging a piece of chalk over a blackboard.
Okay, ma'am. The fuck does that mean to me?
I get it, Chief. It was like splitting the cutting board in half when you just want to cut a slice of butter.
No, ma'am.
I'm not sure you got it, Sokaku.
The chief meant that her attack failed to injure Nineveh in a significant way. So we need to track it down once more.
Nineveh.
Leave the reconnaissance to me. It's hard to lose track of such a big target.
His eyes are pretty.
Here.
I'm gonna peg the shit out of him.
Skirmish with Nineveh. We'll take care of them if you don't mind, Chief. All right.
He's got a robot arm?
Section 6.
That's kind of sick.
Prepare for battle.
Oh, shit. Peg his eyes? No, 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 just him. The eyes have just sold me on the pegging. Dog Girl will be in an upcoming banner. Yeah, I know. She's on their official website. I've seen her before. I know. I saw her on their website the other day when I was doing some look-sees into the ages. God damn it. I am taking too much damage. Grace is hot. Yeah. There we go. I don't know how I managed to get Grace. I'm not gonna die, I'm just taking more damage than I care to take.
Careful!
Help is here!
Starlight Knights, assemble!
Oh god, this guy's a pain in the ass. Uh-oh, the dog lady has Beto's voice actress. Oh no, Gore. Gore's so fucked. Good luck, Nick! Which one's Grace? She's the mechanic. The black-haired mechanic. Oh man, Gore's gonna be so done for. Gore loves Beto so much. Beto. Beto. Oh, investigation points. You want to go outside, buddy? Alright, bounty commissions. Ah. Nice. Okay, let me let Gore out real quick. Shark Mom, that is a child. She is in high school. Hold on. Sorry, I had to let my dog outside. Not la la. Don't la 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 me. Hold on. We'll go over the ages of all the characters for you. Hold on.
I only handle technical matters.
All right, starting with Grace. All right, I'm pulling up the character ages. We're gonna go over them one by one. All right, Zenless Zone Zero, character ages. All right, playable character ages officially posted. All right, we're gonna start with, let's see, who does it start with? Okay, so it starts with Alexandria Sabine, Rena.
Yes.
This woman right here, mid to late 20s. Confirmed, mid to late 20s. Hi, Kay. Gilf confirmed. Gilf? Mid to late 20s is a Gilf? Oh, God. Thank you for the pet. Mid to late 20s is a Gilf. Third word, I'm bludgeoning you to death. Alright. Anby.
Ready for combat.
Right here. Anby is in her early 20s. This woman, early 20s. Anton.
It's our turn, bro.
This man, mid-20s. Been bigger.
Hard labor.
Mid-30s. 30. Please share your source? No, I'm not right now. I'm not sharing my source right now, Gore. I'm in the middle of something. Tag era. Shut the fuck up. Also a bear. Yeah, also a bear, but whatever. Billy!
I have 2 guns, so
Mid-20s. Mid-20s. Corin! 16! Oh! Which, 16. 16. And they got my girl showing ass! They got her showing pantaloons! So, you know.
Don't look at me.
Oh no, Billy is a hot fucking robot. That is so true. Yeah, Billy's hot as fuck.
I'm sorry.
Alright, next. Ellen Joe. Ellen! Shark Girl.
And now.
17 or possibly 18, but it is confirmed that she is still in high school. It is confirmed from her trailer that she is still in high school. So the rough estimate is either 17 or 18 because she is in her senior year of high school. You don't understand how much I hate the anime girl voice. Yeah, I've seen this woman's pussy! So you better hope she's 18 or I'm calling the cops on all of you. Alright, who's next on my list? Grace Howard.
I only handle technical matters.
Mid-20s, somewhere between 25 to 27. Mommy, 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 mommy?
Huh? To what do I owe the pleasure?
Luciana. 18 to 20. I shit you not. 18 to 20. Yeah, nope, this is not a child. She is 18 to 20. Somehow. She is their Opie Loli character. She's not a child. She is 18 to 20 years old. Where's my wolf daddy at? We'll get there. 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 Eva, it doesn't. I'm not. I didn't see it because I wanted to. I saw it because somebody put it on my dashboard. Yeah, petite women definitely exist. This, however, is just a fucking kid. Yeah, this is just a fucking kid, but I guess she's not. Coletta! Where the fuck is Coletta? Coletta!
Wanna test my hammer?
Also 18 to 20. And if you want my honest opinion, she looks more like a petite woman than this woman does.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
If you want me to be completely honest.
Hey, don't look down on me.
She is 18 to 20 as well. She is the owner of an entire organization. So... yeah, she looks like more like a petite teen young adult. Exactly. But she is 18 to 20, so she is also a legal aged adult.
You wanna test my hammer?
Which I think she's really cute. So, and when I was 18 to 20, my boobs were that size too, so whatever. Let's see. Nekomata!
I'll help you win. The lunch is on you.
I wish I was kidding when I said this. Nekomata is in her early 20s. She is somewhere around 20 to 21 years old. I don't know how, but she is.
Did you call me? Yeah.
With that voice in this posture, I don't know how, but she is. Also, I would like y'all to know that this girl right here and this guy right here are siblings.
Let's get to work.
They're adopted siblings. So,
Hey, don't look down on me.
all right, who's next? Nicole, the good old classic, big-tittied MILF herself. She is in her early 20s, probably about 21, 22. You may thirst over her all you want. She is legal.
Services are expensive.
Y'all are gonna hate me for this. This is Piper. Piper is 18 to 20. Piper is somehow 18 to 20 years old. I don't really know how, but somehow she is 18 to 20.
Let's take a break.
Especially with that voice.
Come on.
So sleepy.
Like, with that voice, you wouldn't think so, but apparently she is. She can drive. Like, she's legally old enough to have a driver's license. She is quite literally the driver for her gang. We also have Soldier 11.
Awaiting further instructions.
Soldier 11 is in her mid-20s as well. I actually always forget this bitch exists. So, I don't know what that tells you about me, but she's here. Sokaku, my baby girl, is 16. She's either 16 or 17, which I knew going into it. This is why we call her Ice Baby. Because she is Ice Baby. And I think she's adorable. But yeah, she is... My credibility's going down. I didn't make the ages, bestie. Somebody else did. I didn't make this game. I'm reading off an official chart for you. I don't know. Alright, Lycian.
I shall follow your orders.
Big daddy himself. He is in his mid-30s. Somewhere between 35, 36. Maybe 37 if you want to get funky with it.
I'm at your disposal.
So, DILF. Daddy confirmed. Zuyon.
Huh? Is something the matter?
Our favorite cop. She is in her mid-20s as well. Probably somewhere around 24 to 26. She's killing it. She's got ass, and she knows it.
Officer 148, Juyuan, ready.
And that is everyone. So. MILFs or mothers above 30? Alright, then this one is a MILF.
At your service.
You calling 20-year-olds MILFs? Yeah, because I'm a 25-year-old MILF. She's a cop, but I'll allow it. I can't stand y'all. This is my MILF, personally. Look at the fucking knockers on this woman. Jesus Christ, the recoil. Oh, yes, mommy. Oh, fucking wubba wubba. Eva, I am legitimately a MILF. I am a mother. I am legitimately a mom. You can't take MILF status from me because of my age. I am legally a mom. I have a baby attached to my social security number. Hell yeah. Alright. Up. How's it going, gang?
Despite its abrupt start, the operation
20
went
years
smoothly.
into my guilt age. Ridiculous.
Let's return the requisitioned navigational bamboo to the Institute.
MILF is aura
This
based
model
for
is
sure,
even better
yeah.
than the standard issue HSO Bangbu, both in terms of route planning and adapting
God,
to changing
I know that corset's piercing the center of her tits, and I know it hurts.
logic core has been modified in some way.
Hey! How would the HSO Bangbu feel if it heard you now?
Speaking of MILFs, what the fuck is
The
that?
Institute's Bangbu. This Bangbu doesn't
Who is
belong
Viola?
to the Institute.
Oh, are you talking about her?
That individual
This one's
who
for
leads
me.
their own investigation squad?
Fuck this woman. This one's for me.
Right.
And I'm pegging
I
this
think
dude
I
right
heard
here.
The HIA started recruiting civilian investigation teams.
Middle lady, she looks like she's
Oh
in pain.
my. It seems that civilian talent is more reliable than those idiots you find among the authorities.
What the fuck are we talking about, Arsuma?
Next time, I won't show you mercy.
Left leg, you can step on me for sure, for sure. Hell yeah.
Huh? She's not talking to me.
Yeah, Eva's trying to take my MILF card. Y'all see this?
You always say the weirdest stuff without warning, Chief.
The chief means that she's looking forward to working with this investigation team leader again.
I literally produce booby
We
milk.
need to go back and report our findings.
I literally produce breast milk to this day. Which is wild, by the way. I haven't breastfed in over a year now. Hi, Z King! How are you? Hi, Raiders! Hi! Cora, give me a shout out. How was your Zenless Zone Zero playthrough? How'd it go? How'd it go? How'd it go? I hope it was good. Also, hi, Raiders. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Peach. I am a variety streamer who kind of plays a little bit of everything. I'm only just getting into ZZZ, but I'm having fun with it so far. Look, if I'm lucky, nobody heard that raid entrance. Do I have to do this again? I mean, I will. But do I have to? Internet level 36? Oh my god, yeah, no, I'm not even that far. I'm not even nearly that far. I'm at like 18. But I'm glad it went well for you. I really don't know if I'm supposed to be doing this again, but I am, so.
Hello? Testing. Okay. The HDD systems, so we just need to cool off. Good luck, Belle.
I'm the HIA investigator in charge of this operation. Refrain from using still. If you underestimate, after all. Of course, off you go.
What about my tip milk?
Mission start. Objective: clear qualification assessment.
I did this. What do you mean? Breast milk is for humans. What? It's for humans, irregardless of age. Also, he's my husband. If your husband won't try your breast milk, who the fuck else will? I've tried it. Hell, when that shit spills, you're like, oh god. It's like fucking gold. It tastes like cereal milk, for those of you who are curious. It's very nice. I got Zuyan. Oh, I'm a little jealous, actually. I haven't gotten anybody good at all today. Yeah, I have not gotten anything good today. Wasn't there that woman on TikTok a while ago that took her friend's breast milk at their yoga class? I don't know. I haven't heard about it. So it can change based on what you intake, but really what changes is kind of like how sweet it is, if that makes sense.
There. Did you want to mod something?
Alright, let's see. I'm skipping everything now. I just wanna be able to actually get a good roll, and it's taking way longer to get the things that I need to fucking pull.
You know where to find me.
Bang boo. Okay, cool. Oh, they have some cute bang boos in here. Oh, shark bang boo. Oh, little dapper bang boo. Got a little plug bang boo. Oh, I like the bunny bang boo. I know it's not just about looks. Oh my god! Devil leather bang boo! Alright, we got a bag boo. Oh yeah, bud. Fuck it up, bag boo. Oh yeah, you can sell breast milk for a shit ton. What do I need to unlock these bag boos? Fascinating.
Have a good one. And please, come again.
Head back home and talk to Wise. Alright, I will, but give me 1 second. Bang butt. Ah, boo pawns. Very nice. I don't think I have nearly enough polychromes. Oh, I picked the one I want. Out of these? I want this one. Yeah, I think he's really cute. Oh my god, I've got so many of these. Okay, we're at least pulling for bang boos. I better say, I swear if I get an S rank bang boo, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit. Hey, Electro Boo. He's pretty cute. Yeah, I'm gonna say, if I get an S rank bang boo and I don't get an S rank hero today, I'm gonna fucking jump off a cliff. 5 A's! Oh my god. You've gotta be sucking my cock and flicking my fucking nub. This is ridiculous. Five fucking A rank. And it's on the bang boos of all things. I got the penguin boo. I got the magnetaboo. I think A's have a higher chance here. Yeah, you're probably right. I got the Cryboo. Oh, the Cryboo's kind of cute. I plan on leveling up her when I get the chance. Oh, yeah, that's the best call. Oh my god. Chat, don't look at me. That's 7 A's. Chat, don't even look at me right now. Chat, don't even look at me right now. Chat, don't even look at me right now. I got the double boo. That was the one I wanted. Did I get the bunny boo? I really want the bunny boo. This is fucking ridiculous, chat. 3 cry boos! Oh boy. Oh boy! We're doing so good, gang. Let's go back. I can't go up. Oh my god. I can't jump.
If you need anything modded, you know where to find me.
Are you sorry for my pain? Oh, and I can't even level this guy up! Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Come find me anytime. I'll be here.
Oh my god. Chat, I'm going through it. Alright. Alright, let's see. Back to focusing on my internaut. Use some reverse psychology. I mean, I guess I could. What do I currently have on my schedule? I'll take it. 15. Alright, we'll start with this one. I just want a MILF. I just want a MILF. I just want a MILF. Am I asking for too much? I feel like I'm asking for too much, or somehow. Oh, great. Creepy little bag baby. Oh, I've been here for 4 hours, and I've only gotten 1 tin pull. And it was just all characters I already have. Got it. Alright, and problem solved. Chat, please donate your MILFs to Peach. They want me to spend money on this game so bad. But I can't. I can't legally spend money on this game. I just bought a Build-A-Bear. I don't have any free funds. I spent them all on Build-A-Bear. Your credit card looms in the corner. I can't. Where's that one Wolfman people are drooling over? I don't have him.
I'm here.
I don't got him. He doesn't exist for me. Yeah, he's a playable character. I don't got him, but he's a playable character. Look, say what you will about this woman, she's having the time of her life. I got an ice spell in my Roblox game? Fuck yeah. Oh, there's just an NPC? Nope! I'm really not 100% sure what they expect me to do when I'm being shot at. Build-A-Bears are virtual MILFs. Look, I already bought the Build-A-Bear. It's too late. Did you not get a free tin pull when you first downloaded the game? I don't think so. And if I did, I don't think I got anything good out of it.
We're done now.
But I started the game like 2 weeks ago, so I don't even remember. You get free 100 pulls when you start? Absolutely you do not. Igor, you absolutely do not, because if so, I would not be sitting here with my shit-ass characters. I know they advertise online that you do, but I think that is strictly for mobile players. Because I know they advertise that for the mobile game, that you get like a free 180 pools or whatever. You piece of shit. God damn it. Save the account and then hook it to your computer. Yeah, but I don't like downloading things on my phone. I really don't. I'm weird about it. I don't know why. Bangaboo can be teleported between them. Son of a bitch. I'll do the bottom one. You have to get to level 25 and 30. I'm not level. That's what I've been trying to do today, Gore. Is to get to at least level 25. I'm like fucking 18. It takes so long. It takes so long. Oh, yay, extra pay. Alright. Alright. Level 25 gives you 40. Oh my god. Please, I don't want to grind off stream. Please, don't do this to me. Please. Oh no. I'm literally just trying to like... I need to meet and talk to Jobert. Where the fuck is Jobert? Alright, we're at 19. Is trading in this game? No, I don't think so. I don't know why there would be. Alright. Alright. Sofa rest. Alright. What do we gotta do today? Yeah, I'll take the job. That's fine. I'm doing my best. Hi, Taniki! How are you? Oh, fuck me. Sorry, my hiccups are so bad today. I stress myself out so bad, I've got hiccups now. How goofy. Alright, there's, hey, old man. What's up, Jobert? You're quite the salesperson. Hell yeah, I am. What's cracking? Talking about the Bang Boo? Have we? A new project. Hi, Nico! Thank you for the stretch. Oh, God. I'm taking so many jobs. Oh, that's for the best. Oh, I got a memo? Meet with Venus. Alright. Hello? Oh, you're pretty. I love the name Venus. I think the name Venus is pretty sick. Complete the commissions from Venus. Don't mind if I do. Alright, we got commissions to complete. Man, we got so many fucking commissions to complete. Alright, let's start with this one. Oh boy. We're grinding, gang. We're really trying to level up as quickly as possible. I need to be faster is what I need to be. Let's go. I am grinding on that pole, for real, for real. You got Grace? She's the one character I've wanted the most. Really? I like Grace a lot, but she's not the character I wanted the most, I'll be honest. Polk. Oh god, my hiccups. Jesus. Jesus. Hey gang.
I'm here.
I've gotten most of the standard banner S ranks. Oh, lucky you, she's my only S rank.
Wanna help me test this?
She's fun though. I do like Grace a lot. I like the combats. The combats are the easiest one to do, in my opinion. Oh god, my hiccups, please. Release me. Television. It is a television. Hi, Cookie. How are you? Physical and ice, electric. Mechanic ladies are always cool. True. Probably level everybody up some more, but I'm kind of just waiting till I get the character I want. I can't get any higher than 20 right now anyways. Beat them within the time limit? Alright. You are the girl from behind is cheating. Whoop!
Every effort counts.
I hope you're having a successful Sunday. As successful as I can get, I guess. I hope you're having a successful Sunday. It would be more successful if I could get the character that I wanted. But it is what it is. Alright. I do like the combat missions, they're kind of fun. But combat's kind of my favorite part of this game anyways, so... It does make my PC chug a little bit. Alright, let's see. Got new challenges in the compendium. We got exploration, combat, oh yeah, so I've got that. I just need to get up one more level. Alright, let's do another combat then. Yeah, we'll do this one. I'm so tired. Ah, the hiccups! They won't stop.
I've got plenty of foam! It's my turn!
I love my little bag boo just running up and beating the fucking brakes off people. Alright. And up.
Perfect timing.
Somebody scare me. Don't scare me, please.
Every effort counts.
Get fucked! Alright. Ah! Sorry. Why would you type boo in the chat like that? Jesus Christ. Oh, what the fuck? You can't do that to a bitch with hiccups. That's cruel. Oh my god. Boob! Oh my god, I love boob. That's the best scare of my life. Oh. Man, the hiccups though. Oh. Bunny has eaten another roll. Of course she has.
Here we go. You wanna help me test this? Move it.
In my sight! I'll take you. Out of my way! What are you waiting for? To catch a bullet?
Here, catch. Don't drop it. Stand still.
Alright. Bunny do be eaten. Truly. Man, that took me a while. Oh, it took me 3 minutes. Usually it takes me less, about a minute, if not less. Alright, oh, they're making me go to bed. Brother, I have so much work I have to do. Ooh, why would you make me go to bed? I'm I'm a grown-ass woman! Why are you telling me to go to bed? God, this is like Persona 5 all over again. Jesus. We're almost there. Oh my god, we're so fucking close, gang. Did you get coffee? I think it's once every actual day. I don't think it's every day in-game. Time to watch a movie. Barry, this is an invasion of privacy. Got it. Cool, thanks. Alright. Oh, I have to do immersive storytelling? I don't want to do immersive storytelling. God damn it. Hold on, gang. I have to do immersive storytelling. I'm so close to being level 80. Or level 20. Please, God.
We're connected.
Can I please just skip? I don't care for this character anyways. Is that like role-playing? No, I don't know, man. I wouldn't skip if this is a character I cared about, but it's not, so we're skipping.
Good job, Belle.
Alright, let's go. Enter the hollow and complete her commission. Alright, this better not take for fucking ever.
I only handle technical matters.
Alright.
Ready for combat.
I'll take Billy too.
Starlight Knights, let's go!
Actually,
I have 2 guns.
Sokaku, ready!
we'll take Sokaku because we want different types. Okay, let's go. I guess I get to play as her, so that's fine. But still. I just want to get to level 20. I don't think there's any way in hell I'm getting to level 25 today. I'm really upset about it, honestly. I really wanted to get good pulls in today.
We need to deploy transmitters
Like, really
here.
bad.
We have 3 target locations in total.
Alright.
It's up to you where to place them.
Master, we have arrived at deploy the
Put it down gently.
Ferry now computing.
Proxy.
Careful. Betrayal is our enemy's nature.
Okay. I'm just kind of playing around with the directions. Because it is good to have money. Guess we're gonna have to fight this guy. That's fine. I'm not gonna lie and say I'm not disappointed that I'm not able to pull as much as I thought I was gonna be able to pull today. I came into this stream with expectations that I suppose just cannot be. Alright, let's see. Alright, MiHoYo demands money, and I refuse to give them money, so I know that they're mad at me. Yeah, that's what I needed.
Extracting carrot data.
Yep. Very nice. Put that
Master,
down.
we have already deployed the transmitter.
Go ahead.
Soldier 11 took the transmitter. Soldier 11.
Enough. No need to talk. Just do it.
Look, I'm not questioning
Fairy
this
now
one.
computing. Setup complete. Let's go to the next location.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not fighting this woman on transmitters. This is her fucking story. I do need a fire. I don't think I have any.
Stand still. Yeah. Alrighty. Around and stop. Initial impulse. A couple more.
Alright, let's go.
Every effort counts.
Bomb!
Stand still.
Oh, I pushed the wrong button.
Target confirmed. Yep. Scorch 'em. How about this? Blast power test.
I forgot to dodge. I will say the gameplay is very fun though. Nice. Very nice. Oh, I have enough. Okay.
A legendary valve status animal.
Yeah, the combat is super slick and it's so much
A
fun.
secret path. Extracting carrot
Like,
data.
it's genuinely so much fun. I really love the combat in this game. When people were saying, like, the combat is the best part of this game, they were not
Mr. Mole
lying.
has been here. Master. Memo. Memo. This is private room. Memo.
Got it. Alright. But yeah, no, combat's super slick. It's super easy. It feels good when you're doing it.
Surprise attack. You rang. Here we go.
I haven't even seen her ultra yet because I haven't had a chance to use it. But combat in this game is very obviously try and go as quick as you can. The faster you're able to take down your enemy, the better. And I personally really like that because I don't like wasting my time on things that take forever.
Fairy now computing.
I don't know. I don't like fights that take forever.
Finished so fast.
Which is why I think I don't really care much for like Pokemon battles sometimes.
Today's last challenge.
I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I also think it's very interesting that all three Hoyoverse games have gameplay that's similar in some ways, but vastly different in others.
Okay. Evade. Open fire.
Alright, let's go.
Warning. Help is here. Around and stop.
Initial impulse.
Alrighty.
Ready. Support has arrived. I'm here.
Oh god. Yeah, if you don't take these guys out fast enough, they do some serious damage. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. Alright. She's a fun play, though. I'm not gonna pretend like she's
That was
not.
a pretty smooth escape.
Why do I have a feeling that this is not at all gonna help me? Alright. I finally made it to 20. Oh my god. Thank fucking Christ. Now I have to fucking up my reputation again. I don't know how to do that, but I'll figure it out. Gore, I need to get 5 more Intronaut levels. I need to get 5 more Intronaut levels, I think. How many do I have? 3. Wait. Five. I have 20 of these though, so I'll just use these. I don't ever have fucking high hopes with these. Cool, I got another Anby. That's fine. Alright, let's see what else we got going on here. I don't ever have high hopes for these, honestly. I don't ever get anything good from these. Yeah, more A's. great. I get more bang boos, I guess. I did not just get an S for fucking bang boos. I did not just get an S for goddamn bang boos. Oh my god. I got the bang boo I wanted, y'all. Gore, don't laugh at me. Gore, don't laugh at me. I'm in fucking grief right now. Gore, don't laugh at me. I'm grieving. Don't laugh at me. I'm fucking grieving.
Handle technical. Ready for combat.
Oh my god, I'm fucking grieving. What do you mean, bang boo? S rank.
Standing by.
You know what I definitely don't need? An S rank bang boo. Oh god, I already had hers. I didn't realize. My bad. Ah. I'm in deep grief, chat.
Don't look at me.
Chat, we are in deep grief. That yours? No. Is this one yours? Oh, shit. That one's yours? Nice. Oh yeah, it's a chainsaw. That makes complete sense. I'm just stupid. I think this game needs more Mutt Babies. You know what? I'm inclined to agree with you. I know bang boos are easier to get. I know. My heart knows. But that doesn't mean my soul is happy about it. No little chompers for you? Alright. That's fine. We'll find yours. Oh, we haven't found yours yet, either? This one, maybe? Nope. Alright, I could have sworn this one was yours. But I fucking guess not.
So sleepy.
Why is this locked? Oh, it's not yours anyways.
I'll help you win. The lunch is on you.
I just want a good pull. Please. Gods up above. Please. Just give me one 10 pull. Just give me one good 10 pull. With the little rainbow discs. Please, gods. I'm so sad. I was really hoping I'd be able to actually, like, pull something. Don't ask the gods for this. Look. I just need something. I just want something. Beep, beep. I'm feeling quite happy. Yeah, I'm in a good mood. I got some good news to you. Yes! Reputation rank up trial. I would like to do that. It's about time. Yep. Tell me more about the trial, please. I need to do that. Clearing out some ethereal, same as before. Got it. Alright, then let's do it. Swing by the coffee shop once you're done with your promotion. Alright, let's do it. Hetty, what's up? Good job, Hetty. Hey! We got new film cases. Saturday morning. Have a great day. I'm trying, Lucky Boo! But it's not going well. Alright, let's rank up. What's the best for this? Ice and ether. Alright, then let's replace...
Need something? My services are expensive.
Yeah, that should be fine. Alright. Let's fucking do this shit. God damn it. I'm so tired. Rank up! Big ass bitches. Alright.
What's this? Here, catch. Don't drop it.
Don't drop it.
Blow, blow, blow away your troubles.
The three-pronged approach.
Alright, let's go! Bombs in the hole. And around town. Swing it around town.
Stand still. Fine. What's this? Alrighty. I want a bonus for this.
Alright, let's go! Hop!
Wanna help me test this? Yeah. Have a couple more. Blow, blow, blow away your troubles. It's no good surrendering. Let me try. Let me try.
Who's next? Who's next, pussy boy?
Support has arrived.
Oh yeah, bitch. And up.
Here we go. Sokaku is here. Neat and tidy. Perfectly lined up.
Pretty stubborn, aren't you?
Fuck you, bitch.
Get away from me. Here, catch. Don't drop it. Hey, you wanna play
Hop, 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 hop. And in.
Perfect timing.
Help is here.
God, you gotta get real good at those fucking blocks. Because some of them come fast. I do love Ice Baby, yeah. Ice Baby's pretty good. I have a lot of fun with Ice Baby. She's a good bean. But also those guys are weak ties, so. Yay! Wise! Look at me! I leveled up. I'm a proxy guy. What?
Ready for combat.
What? What? Oh. Okay.
Standing by.
It's cool, I guess. Ice Baby. Time to order in some new movies. Good morning, Travis. Oh, well, that sucks. Well, you know. You messaged us. Oh, damn. Okay. Youngsters who seem bad at running a business. How's business? Really good, actually. Well, okay. This guy's kind of a dick, but it's fine. They charge fair prices. Get your goods from them, just tell them I referred you. How's that sound? Is that an acceptable solution? Sounds good. Cool. Thank you for the hard work. Fine with me. I don't want to enter immersive storytelling. I mean, I'm going to, but I don't want to. Oh god, okay. Chat, is it okay if I just skip? I've been doing this for 5 hours. Alright. If you're ready, then let's move. Story skipping in this economy? Yeah. 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 This is indeed the story skipping economy. I just want good polls, man. I just need 5 more polls. I just need 5 more polls, gang. We can do this.
Them to have so many new movies. If we'd known, we could have brought the car.
Well, since our other business is starting from scratch again, our revenue has taken a major hit.
We have a car?
We need to start taking the video store seriously.
Yeah, that's true. But why are they all so slow?
How much is 5 more polls? That's a good question. I don't know. You're asking me when I'm caught in a cutscene.
I'm just picking what's popular among movie buffs.
Popular among movie buffs? Really? Even though they're all documentaries and artistic films.
I know, but I didn't realize that was my car. I thought I was just stealing it.
It's just, those are the kinds of films people want.
What is 160 times 5? I don't know, man.
People aren't that soft. Last time I listened to your suggestions. It should be my turn to pick movies now.
Hey, we discussed it already, didn't we?
Oh.
Oh, that's what you call discussing? More like leading me by the nose. Our stocking plan should really be revisited.
Hello. Would you like to learn about the Hollow Investigative Association?
No,
thank you.
Come on, bro. What do you say?
But the documentary
No thanks.
I mean, the customers really wanted to watch this month is already on sale. Let's not go changing plans just yet.
Aha! So you're using the store.
Peach probably has more melanin than the entire Hoyoverse cast combined. Yeah, I do. I know this for a fact.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Huh? Looks like we have a customer in need of our other services.
Not now!
So, the stalking plan stays the same. Next time, well, let's deal with this first. Belle?
So wise. What you say we do a little change up?
Wait, when did you...
How about you stay here and take care of the customer, dear brother, and I'll go take care of getting new stock.
Damn.
What? You're going alone? Wait, Belle!
Don't worry. I'll choose something popular. Good luck with the store!
Damn, I just stole that motherfucker's keys. Oh, I'm playing as a man. I didn't want to play as a man. That's why I picked a woman. Well, here we are. Playing as a man. You like how I'm like clicking and I'm like clicking my spacebar and my mouse. Hey, Noodle Man, where's Belle? Hey, yo, Noodle Man, where's my sister? Oh god, it's the fucking Popo! What happened? Alright. Quick, make him peg on it. Pigs! Wait for my update. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Fairy. Go for it, Fairy. Well, damn. They take my woman away from me and then they get her fucking shot at. This is ridiculous. Find Belle. Alright, time to do a search and rescue. What do I need for this? Ice, ether, fire? Okay. I don't think I have a fire.
I only handle technical matters.
I have a fire, but he's not a high enough level. So, we'll go with these guys again. My ear hurts. Oh god, it's 10 PM! Fuck! Okay, this is my last mission of the day. I have been playing longer than I meant to. I really thought I'd make more headway. But I guess not.
Let's go check out the nearest location.
So disappointed in myself. You can destroy a damaged wall by hitting it repeatedly. Alright. Alright. Up we get. Music does slap. Alright, let's go. Come on, Bang Boo! Alright. Thank you for the clip. Man, I'm fucking this dude. He's not even getting a chance to do shit. It was so spontaneous. Woo! I have a 3S rank Bang Boo and all of the A rank ones so far. Oh, nice. I only just unlocked Bang Boos like 30 minutes ago. And oh! Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Alright. Hello, ma'am. Wood. You are a fashionably dressed woman indeed.
Innocent civilians are trapped. Ferry, next location.
Syncing new coordinates.
We went to go watch
This survivor is safe for
we went to go watch fucking Deadpool yesterday.
It's just ahead.
And while we were there, they played this trailer for this movie that was about like saving Santa Claus who got kidnapped or some shit. And they had a giant polar bear man, and I said would, and Gore looked at me and said, I think you need to stop streaming for a little bit. So, if that doesn't sum up like where my life has been lately, I don't really know what would. This man looked at me and legitimately went, I think streaming has been rotting your brain. I think you need to just take a break. What did I say would to? A giant anthropomorphic, polar bear man. What do you mean he was an anthro? He was a big-ass panda that talked and was on two legs. That's anthro. It was just a bear standing. He was wearing clothes! And he spoke English! Bears can stand. I know, but like he didn't do any of the four-legged shit. He stayed on two legs. And spoke English. That makes him anthro.
This won't hurt much. Let me try.
I can put our cat in a dress, but I'm not gonna suddenly fight. I would sure hope not. Our cat can't consent. Our cat doesn't speak English. You know, like the polar bear can. You dickhead.
I'm here. Okay. What's this?
Fucking, I put my cat in a dress and that doesn't mean I'll fuck her. Whatever, man. Whatever.
Belle isn't here either. Keep looking.
Syncing the next coordinates. This.
Whatever.
Belle, we'll evacuate everyone together.
Attention. The biosignal is currently moving.
What? They must be scared. Let's go after them.
Fucking ridiculous. The fucking anthro polar bear. I don't know. What do you consider anthro, Gore? If that wasn't anthro, then I need to know what you consider anthro. Anthropology? No, no, no. That's a very expensive clothing store. Show chat the trailer. No, I'm not getting copyright strike for a fucking Christmas movie trailer with the fucking Dwayne The Rock Johnson in it. I set up a stupid joke. Let me hear it. If a fairy makes a mistake, then they're gonna have to make an anthropology. Yeah. Anthropology, baby. Spank him. Why does this blue baby have a yaoi paddle as a weapon? Because it's really funny. Because it's really funny. She do just be spanking people.
So it's a pubsec officer. Where could Belle be?
I don't know, man. We're not doing a very good job at finding her.
Signals detected. Suggestion.
Alright, let's get him.
Gathering all survivors together. Please wait.
Come on, everybody. Let's get out of here.
Trains are still operating in the area ahead. Everyone, stay close to me and don't get hit. Watch out!
Oh, shit.
Watch out!
God damn it, I just got everybody hit.
Everyone okay?
Shit.
Let's get reorganized and head back out.
God, fuck. What's up with all the televisions? I don't know, man. This is just how...
Don't get hit! Get out of the way!
This is just how this game plays. I don't know, man. We're cyber chasing this shit. Alright, let's get the fuck up on out of here. Yeah, we're hackers. Through the tellies. We're telly hackers. Oh, man, we haven't found our sister. Damn, hold on. What happened to my sister, you fucks? Where did my sister go, you fuck? Ooh. Hi. Fuck my sister, hey. You single? You free? You free? Maybe? Okay, bye, I guess. How much are 5 pulls? I don't know, Gore. I don't know, but I know I don't have enough. I've got enough for one more pull. Alright, now I need 4 more pulls. Bro, have you seen my fucking sister? Hey, ma'am. You're also very pretty. Have you seen my fucking sister? How much is 4 pulls in money? I'm not paying money. Look, I've had a rough day. I'm just gonna accept that this is just a rough day for me. I'm not giving Genshin any more of my money. MiHoYo does not need any more of my money. Who said anything about you paying? I'm not gonna ask my chat to pay either. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. I don't know. I don't know, Gore. Alright, that's 7. I get 10 for $15. I can't buy any more than that. Yeah. Nope, I haven't gotten Ellen. Oh god. Should I just pull individual and fucking pray for the best? Sent! Oh my god. Alright. Hold on. Gore sent me money. This is so dumb. Gore, this is so dumb. Gore, this is so dumb. Alright. Should I pull 17 or should I save the next 3 for next stream? I think I'm gonna save the next 3 for next stream. Alright, well, here's hoping that this fucking is worth the $15 I just spent on it, because if it's not, I'm gonna cry. Oh, it's not! Oh, it's not. I got 2 fucking bears. I got 2 fucking bears. 2 of them. Fucking what good is that for me? What good is 2 fucking bears for me? In what world? In what world is 2 bears what I needed? Alright. We're gonna attempt something here. Oh. Yay, bang boos. Oh, you just get those coins for bang boos. Okay, I see. What even is the monochrome market? Yes, you buy monochromes. Go to Fading Signal. I already spent those for the month. I already did those this month, unfortunately. Oh yeah, I'll change it to another one. Y'all make a good point. Give me that one. Yeah, that's fine. Oh. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. How do I get more of those? Oh, so you can buy monochromes to exchange for polychromes. Okay, how many polychromes do I need? 160 for one, and I need 2 more. So that's what? Hold on, I'm too tired to do the math. It's 160 plus 160. 320? Yeah, that's 320 for 2. That's 300. So I could do 360. Yeah, that's $5, $6. Oh no, you get 600 if you do $5. Okay. I think? Okay. Okay. I hate this. Are y'all watching me spiral right now? I hate this so much. Why am I doing this to myself? Alright, 600. Okay. Oh my god. I'll just grab all 4. Fucking might as well. This is literally me a couple days ago for my summer banners. Yeah. Okay. Everybody, pray with me. Please. Anybody that is listening, give me an S rank. I have just spent $20 fucking on this piece of shit motherfucking game. Please give me an S rank. At least 1. If you really, really loved me, you could give me 2. But if you give me 1, I'll drop on my knees and I'll eat ass. I'm not an ass eater. But if I get 1 S rank, I will eat ass. Scout's honor, gotcha gods. I will eat ass. I don't like ass. I don't like asshole. I don't like butthole. But I will eat ass. Whose ass? The gotcha god's ass itself. So please do not allow me to waste 60 or 20 fucking dollars in this game. Please, God. Please, gotcha god. Please, gotcha god, don't do it to me. Please. Chat. Chat! I didn't even get a character. I got fat balls for breakfast! Yeah, I don't have to eat ass. But I didn't get shit. I got fat ball sacks for breakfast. Oh boy. Oh brother.
I only handle technical matter.
Time for some hard labor?
Guys. Guys, if I told you that I was distraught, would you believe me? If I told you that I was losing my shit. Leveling up characters only gives standard pulls. Oh, is that how that works? Oh, is that how that works? I have so many of this fucking bear! I've got 4 out of 6 of this goddamn bear! Bear! Oh my god.
Time for some hard labor?
Fucking bear. The fucking bear. The fucking bear, chat. Chat. The fucking bear. And if I said that I couldn't handle this anymore, this level of disrespect, if I said I cannot handle this level of disrespect anymore, would you understand? Would you take it personally? Hopefully you wouldn't, because genuinely, I am so mad. I'm so mad. Away from you. I played Genshin. I don't know why you do that, but you know, more power to you, I guess. Thanks for sticking around for the disappointment that was that stream. We'll try it again tomorrow, and we'll see if we're able to get to level 25 and get those 40 rolls. We're gonna go watch House of the Dragon, and I'll be back tomorrow with the attempt to get those free rolls, because I just want some titties, and I feel betrayed. So, love y'all. I do love y'all. So y'all have a good night. Thanks for coming. Bye. We were strangers when I believed